The ancient pyramids in Mississippi and their strange powers. So Mississippi, beautiful land, hold a secret that go against what we usually know. There was ancient pyramids that belonged to a smart group of people a long time ago. Now we're gonna learn about these lost pyramids, which was broken down when the new folk came to America and how they still impact people today. Now it's similar to the Bermuda Triangle in a story from the past, way before Columbus came. Before he came to America, a group of people lived here and built things like pyramids. And these pyramids showed just how smart these folks was and how good they was at building and knowing about the stars and all that kind of junk. And people think that these pyramids were very special places for their beliefs, but history books don't talk much about it. Matter of fact, they don't talk at all about it. Now these pyramids was destroyed and hidden. So when the new folk came from Europe, they took over the land and destroyed a lot of the old stuff because shoot, they ain't made none of them, including these pyramids. Now they wanted to take away the cultures of the people. It was like the number one way to just slap them in the face. But some say that not all the pyramids was destroyed. Some of them still buried under hills, all over the Mississippi area, all up along the Mississippi River and all that. And these hidden pyramids is waiting to be found and studied. Now, it's like a magic type of thing around them. And what's interesting, these pyramids is thought to have some kind of power that affect people's minds, just like them strange things that happen up in the Bermuda Triangle. These pyramids said to give off this energy that can change the way we think, and people believe that being near these can make us feel different and even see things that ain't normal, changing how people think. People going near the pyramids where the hidden stuff might be, they talk about these strange experiences. And they say they felt that their senses were stronger and they saw things they couldn't explain. And they felt like their minds was different. And this makes us wonder if these old pyramids still have an impact on us even though they're hidden away. Now, the pyramids of Mississippi is important because it tells us about people who lived a long time ago and just how smart they really was. A lot of the stuff we got that we think is new now, that junk ain't new. And we should work to find these pyramids and learn from them and the magic stuff that they got coming up off of them. But it reminds us of the past that it still can affect us in ways we don't understand.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? We're about to get right into the build. I hope everyone is having an awesome day. I don't know why my chat looks so weird. It looks small. Let me see. Okay, something's going on here. Peace, love, and bliss. Peace, love, and bliss. We're about to get into one other thing here that, for some reason, hold on, let me copy the link. Maybe that's why something. I think my thing is too full. Think she's too full. Said we're going to have to do this real quick. Hope everyone is having an awesome morning. Red skin. I'm playing. I want to play a quick little song, but I can't because I'm on my phone. Information in trying to grab something from my TikTok that I wanted to show you guys. I should have had this ready. I wasn't going to do this at first, but I am because I just am. Think it's this what this thing is about. Going pulling up the TikToks, Lord. Can't get started like that. Okay, we're gonna start with these picks and then I'll play some music while we are waiting on a few people to come in. Grandis says, hope you're having a great day, babe. Let's see. Let's go here. Real quick. I'm gonna play a song or two, show a few picks. Let's do that because since the Bluetooth want to continue to play, we're gonna do that. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Switch right to it. Back away. Let's go through some of these picks real quick so y'all can see some beauty. Let's do that.
It's a lost generation.
I want to start here. We'll go back up.
We hardly can make it, and truth is a
Y'all see them feathers? Feathers up. Y'all see the feathers?
Pray God come and save you. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape for the lost generation. It's a lost generation. We're starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation. Walking lost in this make at us, man. Pray God come and save us out here. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape for the lost generation. Where everything fun and games. We drink and we smoke just to numb the pain. We scream for the cops when a brother gets shot. Then we march for our money, don't nothing change. Damn, I'm tired of these fucking games, shit. We gotta do something, man. They label us black, our history snatched. We don't even know where the fuck we came from. They gave you another name. Watched it and gave you another brain. We used to be scholars till they gave us dollars. You gotta realize it's a fucking game. So make sure you play it right. When you give it your all, you cheat when you lay at night. I am a ray of light. That's an affirmation, something that you can say alright. I hope this word get exposed. Our boy, this cycle's getting old. How we giving all our children shit we couldn't deal with it. Ship them further from their souls. This world is so cold. Thinking myself like, damn, sometimes I don't want to have faith. Like, damn, what they gonna have faith in? I guess all I can say is, damn, it's a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix. Praying God come and save you. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape for the lost generation. It's a lost generation. We're starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix. Praying God come and save you. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. Where youngins be selling us dope and politicians sell us hope. We never noticed all the power we got in our hands. They trick us and tell us to vote. Why should I care about July 4th? That one what my people died for was given religion and put up in a wicked system. But this shit won't our choice, so just find yours. There's different meanings of freedom. You need to define yours. Republican, Democrat, I don't get into that. They gotta give us back our voice. Cause how can the president speak for me? Or clean up the streets and find peace for me? They can't part the Red Sea for me. If I thought that, then I ain't even free. I'm just trying to tell you. The hand they dealing us is deadly. Let's come together for protection. They use their food and water as weapons to harm my answers. It's time that we check. I need my people to help me. The time is now. We need plans. But we ain't got no hope, so we apply no vote and say, y'all don't know, just keep praying. It's the lost generation. We're starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix. Praying God come and save.
Oh, ancient America. We showing some American stuff here now, whether y'all know it or not. This one of my favorites. I love this one. Feathers up. They didn't have feathers up. What y'all talking about?
Pray God come and save you. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation.
Y'all see them braids?
I think that you take one of the O's are good in the sky. If you had a D to E, it's the devil. I think some cool motherfuckers sat down a long time ago and said, let's figure out a way that we can control motherfuckers. And that's what they came up with. It's the Bible. Because if the guy wrote the Bible, I'm sure it would have been a revised copy by now. You know what I mean? Because a lot of shit has changed. And I've been looking.
Back that bitch up, right?
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized.
See it with your eyes.
Truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free.
It ain't realized.
Can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't legalized. Realized.
I'm gonna get to the chat in a minute. Everyone that's coming in, I'm gonna go through this. I'm gonna get to some reading as well.
Real eyes. Real eyes. Real eyes. Yeah. Slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they're ahead of us. Changed our name so much, they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even if the playing field, bitch, I'm down. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sperm. You got white privilege, so you don't need sperm. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off cause we here. You ain't got a lot, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans, naturalized citizens, made all the Indians, niggas on the fences. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was on the fences. Black Wall Street, white so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Thank God don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was all white. 1200 wasn't no continent, all white. Europe named after a black woman, alright. Grafted it come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to the teacher. And the nuki got voice coming out the speaker. Cut all trees that have made us weaker. Really they form of the shit get deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aboriginal, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheep. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privileges real, they working in management. Low down, dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Then my two got built up anger. You built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us the Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read, but we didn't know the language.
Oh, why is it doing that with all my pictures?
American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us flinchy. Ain't no Democrats there to gotta pay attention.
Really?
Ancestors, but the papers is missing. Kings and queens, we just can't remember. Remember who you are, just like summer. Now they got a back, you don't want that either. George Washington is the ninth president. Look it up. United States, only 10 square blocks. Look it up. White people really the minorities. Look it up. Courtrooms don't got authority.
Yo, it literally is skipping all the pictures because it is not this in the interface. Why is it doing that? Let me see if it loads. We're gonna go to something else.
That's the reason I made it. History.
That's crazy. Okay, hold on. We're gonna come back to it.
This story. History is this story. That ain't my story.
We're gonna read a little.
History is this story. This story.
Let's get back to the pictures.
History is this story. This story.
All right, guys. All right, chat. I'm gonna get to this read and then I'm gonna get to you guys and see who's come in real quick. Acknowledge you and your great energy that you're bringing in. I'm gonna read a couple of things, y'all. These are gonna be quick before we get into the read. I'm gonna go over a couple of few things. So we're gonna start with this. This is from a book on ancient verses, and I'm gonna share a few pages, one or two. Let's go. We're gonna start here. Kishkanu. Kishkanu.
The Kishkanu of white magic. This dark Kishkanu tree, grown forth in Eridu in a holy place, was to behold as clear, blue, lapis lazuli stretching out above the deep. Full of bounty are Enki's haunts in Eridu. In his seat is the place of the portals to the nether world. On a couch in the bedroom is Namu. From his holy dwelling the shadows fall as from a forest. Inside no man may go with him. Inside are the sun god and Ama Ashamgalana. Between the mouths of the two rivers, the gods Kgil, Ejihgil, and Khanabdu of Eridu have dug out that Kishkanu, have laid into it the spell of the deep. As it stands, the stanza comes from a formal lament by the grain goddess about the destruction of her temple. That lament, however, clearly builds on a folk song, the plaint of a young girl longing for her lover. Girl under the moon, under Nana's moon, a girl under Nana's moon, alone I lie, under Nana's moon drifting over the pure mountains alone lie, under the mountains of the cedars where sleeps Molil alone I lie. In the spring the shepherds took to the desert in search of grazing for their flocks. The description of Kishtinana, sister of the god of flocks and herds, Dumuzi, here given shows Sumerian pastoral life from its idyllic side. It is taken from a longer poem about Dumuzi. Bucolic is sister of the sweet-voiced lyre, maid Kishtinana, sits in the fold, she milks the ewe and gives to the lamb, she milks the goat and gives to the kid, in her right hand she carries the churn, in her left the young woman has a lyre and a harp. Inanna, goddess of the morning and evening star, and Dumuzi, the shepherd god in love with her, are not very different from young people anywhere. Kishtinana, Dumuzi's sister, is the breathless little gossip who can hardly wait to tell her brother that her girlfriend is in love with him. The beginning and end of the text are too broken to be intelligible. The sister as matchmaker the fair Inanna gives you this gift. She has met you, my beloved one, when I was away on an errand, and is charmed with you and delighted in you. And my brother, she had me come into her house,
actually,
and she
this
lay
not the
down
one I
on
was
the
gonna go
quilt of the
to.
bed.
Hold on, deadly diseases.
And
Hold
when
on,
the
guys.
sweet darling was lying next to my heart, and we were chatting one to the other, she began moaning about my good-looking brother and sighed for him like one who is faint, and she was overcome with trembling from the ground up, exceedingly, and my brother smiting her hips, in anguish. Does the sweet darling pass the time of day? Chu soon was.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. We about to get into this one real quick. Okay. These are short.
Deadly diseases,
So
the
we're gonna go
shivers
through a
and
couple
chills of death, that fritter the sum of things, spawn of the God of heaven, spawned on an evil spirit, the death warrants, beloved.
My bad.
Chu soon would.
I still hit the wrong one. I don't know why I'm disorganized this morning, guys, but it does happen. Okay, let's go.
Deadly diseases, the shivers and chills of death, that fritter the sum of things, spawn of the God of heaven, spawned on an evil spirit, the death warrants, beloved sons of the storm god born of the queen of the nether world, who were torn out of heaven and hurled from the earth. As cast-offs are creatures of hell, all. Up above they roar, down below they cheep, they are the bitter venom of the gods, they are the great storms let loose from heaven, they are the owl, of ill omen, that hoots in the town, spawned by the God of heaven, sons born by.
Now, just to clarify, anybody that was in on the build yesterday that we did with Bishop Gators, listen to information on this poem and tell me he didn't talk about all of this. This is so crazy. When I was reading this, I'm like, wow, this reminds me of that. I had to find this, but let's go. Even if y'all aware. Let's try it again. Go up. Start over something. Now I want to pause. Don't pause, baby.
From an incantation against diseases describing from Nineveh.
Okay, hold on.
From an incantation against diseases describing the death-dealing demons who were thought to be the cause of most bodily ills. They are seen as evil wind demons, children of the god of heaven, Anu, and of the storm god Enlil. From Nineveh, Ashurbanipal's library, about 600 BC. Deadly diseases, the shivers and chills of death, that fritter the sum of things, spawn of the God of heaven, spawned on an evil spirit, the death warrants, beloved sons of the storm god born of the queen of the nether world, who were torn out of heaven and hurled from the earth. As cast-offs are creatures of hell, all. Up above they roar, down below they cheep, they are the bitter venom of the gods, they are the great storms let loose from heaven, they are the owl, of ill omen, that hoots in the town, spawned by the God of heaven, sons born by earth are they. Over high roofs, over broad roofs like a flood wave they surge, from house to house they climb over, doors do not hold them, locks do not restrain them, through the doors they glide like snakes, through the hinge boxes they blow like wind. From the man's embrace they lead off the wife, from the man's knee they make the child get up, and the youth they fetch out of the house of his in-laws, they are the numbness, the days that treads on the heels of man. From a lament overdue music by his sister Gishtanana. The powers who rule the universe, the great gods, doomed him, and his god, that is, his guardian angel, was unable to avert his death. You were too young to die, the sisters lament, before the young wife was yet in his arms and my mother could raise a grand child on her knee, when his father and mother-in-law had just thought of him and he had got them for father and mother-in-law, when he was accepted among fellows as a friend. When he was merely a young soldier, then did the powers pass sentence upon him on the noble young lord, and his God let the sentence befall him, a strong one shall hurl the javelin against you. When he was merely a young soldier, a swift one shall speed against you.
Young soldier.
An angry one shall roar against you when he was merely a young soldier. The herders in the desert, far from the protection of the towns, were ever in danger from raiding bandits descending upon them from the mountains in the east. In the stories about the herder god Dumuzi, his death is often laid to such a rate on his fold. There is, however, also a deeper level of meaning. In the mountains was, according to Swinrian beliefs, the realm of the dead. The powers of death itself reach out for him. In the present poem, these powers are symbolized by the bison. Bisons roamed the foothills bordering the Mesopotamian plain in prehistoric and early historic times, and his followers. Although Dumuzi appears in this poem as a shepherd, he is called as son of the cow goddess Ninsun, the wild bull, and once, perhaps as a caritative, a Baba Inanna, searching for him in the desert, has found him dead, asleep, his fold raided, the servants he had with him and his flocks killed. In her anguish she asks for him of the hills, only to be told that the bison has led him, that is, his shade, captive into the mountains, that is, into the realm of the dead. Where Dumuzi's camp had been, now roam undisturbed and unafraid the wild animals of the desert. The wild bull, who has lain down, the wild bull, who has lain down, lives no more. The wild bull who has lain down, lives no more. Dumuzi, the wild bull, who has lain down, lives no more. The wild bull, who has
Why
lain
does it
down,
keep doing that?
lives no more. Oh, you wild bull, how fast you sleep.
Goodness.
How fast sleep you and lamb. Oh, you wild bull, how fast you sleep. How fast sleep goat and kid.
Why did it stop
I
sharing?
will ask the hills and the valleys, I will ask the hills of the bison, where is the young man, my husband? I will say, he whom I no longer serve food. I will say, he whom I no longer give to drink. I will say, and my lovely maids. I will say, and my lovely young men. The bison has taken thy
This is
husband away
crazy
up
how this
into the
thing is
mountains.
acting crazy
The
right now.
bison has
I can't
taken thy
even
young man
stop the
away
page. Hold
up
on,
into
guys.
the mountains.
Goodness.
Bison of the mountains, with
Okay. Goodness gracious alive. That's just too much. That's too much going on. Okay, now let me start again because it's showing one page and sharing something else. Like, really? Okay, hold on, guys. Okay. All right. Let's go. I want to get the introduction.
The years since the Second War have seen a great many English translations of ancient literature, and a most gratifying degree of interest in them. The Greek and Latin classics were a natural first choice. Indeed, since the Renaissance, every era that has consciously differentiated itself culturally from its past has retranslated them, and in our new versions of our basic texts we are only registering our conviction that we are a new generation. But most of the poems translated by Professors Jacobson and Wilson have, as far as I know, never appeared in English before. They contribute something quite new to our knowledge of our past tradition and its relation to the present. Because of the great antiquity of the originals and the tremendous barriers to understanding that exist between us and them, the task of these two scholars must have been one that called for an immense expenditure of loving care. Furthermore, this is a collection of poems, the intrinsic effect of poetry, even that composed before the division of prose and poetry as we understand the two, is probably largely the same, and the translators had therefore to render the poetic values truly, and that is something that goes far beyond the relatively simple equivalence of prose sentences. Probably everyone would agree that the first task of the translator of poetry is to produce an effect in the new language as striking and effective as that of the original. This of course is the counsel of perfection. Few translators are as good poets as the men they translate, and nearly every translator is haunted by the sad disproportion between what he knows is in his material and what he has made of it. However, after the initial agreement on the main purpose of translation, there is a great difference of opinion amongst translators of poetry on the necessity of likeness, in form and expression, between the original and the language into which it is rendered. Some hold that the exact impression, for instance a tendency to archaism or ritualism, must be retained. Some think that such a treatment fetters the translator too much, and sacrifices to pedantry effects which are hard enough to achieve even with less self-consciousness. Good examples of the two methods in the translation of Greek poetry are T. E. Lawrence's Odyssey and the version of the 19th century translators, Butcher and Lang. Professor Jacobson belongs to the latter school, at least in these selections from Sumerian poetry. He has set himself a very hard task, that of trying to write poetry that not only has an effect comparable with his original, but which shows a character which is a deliberate imitation of it. He has had a considerable degree of success at times, and I do not believe that any translator can do more than hit off the effect he desires from time to time. This volume gives the reader some genuine poetry, and this poetry creates an impression peculiarly its own, which I take it is intended to recall the Sumerian. The repetitions and echoes of rhythms and the formulaic phrases presumably show Professor Jacobson adopting English forms which he thinks most expressive of the original. It is a bold venture, and one can congratulate Professor Jacobson on the daring with which he undertook it. In aoi.uchicago.edu English, the value of the repetitions and the formulaic phrases is bound up with their musical associations. Joyce's experiments show this very clearly. The succession of musical phrases has of course peculiar emotional effects in each language. But it is impossible in the case of a language like Greek, and I assume a fortiori in Sumerian, to be sure that the effect of the rhythms is equivalent, since we do not have the evidence of our ears as to how the original language sounded. For instance, the semi-proverbialisms of Hesiod's poetry may be very inadequately rendered by our rattling English emphases. But the appearance in writing of the same words repeated, and, more dubiously, what appear to be repeated climaxes in rhythm tempt the translator to some parallel violence in effect, although he is all at sea as to the exact relationship of sound and emotion in the original. I am certain that these difficulties must be much greater for the translator of Sumerian than Greek. All the more credit to Professor Jacobson for achieving so powerful an effect by the means he has chosen to employ. It must have needed great scholarship, great confidence, and great linguistic gifts. A brilliant example of the workmanship is the poem entitled Deadly Diseases, the shivers and chills of death that fritter the sum of things, spawn of the God of heaven, spawned on an evil spirit, the death warrants, beloved sons of the storm god. Born of the queen of the nether world, who were torn out of heaven and hurled from the earth as cast-offs are creatures of hell, all. From the man's embrace they lead off the wife, from the man's knee they make the child get up. And the youth they fetch out of the house of his in-laws, they are the numbness, the days that treads on the heels of man. Here the echoes and repetitions of the English, the half-personal, half-incantatory language strongly suggest a certain kind of formulaic poetry. The music and the meaning are blended to enchantment. On the other hand, under Nana's moon, a girl under Nana's moon, alone I lie. Under Nana's moon drifting over the pure mountains, alone I lie under the mountains of the cedars where sleeps Mulil, alone I lie is not so good. Here the musical effect is very marked, but the content of the words is not dense or weighty enough. The poetry is not there, and the final effect is one of a false simplicity which is merely flat. All the imagination and devotion of the translator, and very great they are needed for what appears to the layman to be the chief characteristic of this selection of poems. This is a most elusive combination of qualities which seem to us opposites. This is a blend of the personal and the traditional, realism and ritual, of directness and the inexplicitness of the proverbial formula. When I read these poems, I was often reminded of the adaptation of the ballad which Yeats employed in his last phase, but this may have been of course because Professor Jacobson was also familiar with the ballads, and so half-consciously this likeness in the rendering took shape. In any case, the likeness in no sense deprives these versions of the decisiveness of the character of real poetry. Here is one of the best poems, which illustrates what I mean. I am not one who can answer my mother who cries for me in the desert, who makes the cry for me echo in the desert. She will not be answered. I am not the grass, may not grow up again for her. I am not the waters, may not rise again for her. I am not the grass sprouting in the desert. I am not the new grass, growing up in the desert. Here the generic images are used in such a way that the effect is strongly personal.
Okay,
it is a surprise to read in Professor Jacobson's note to this poem that it is from a long lament for the god Damu, a figure related to that of Dumuzi. His mother is
I
seeking him
definitely
in the
want to show y'all
desert.
these
He
pics.
speaks
I
from
had
the
to
dead.
refresh it,
For
go
it
out
makes
5
us
times.
realize
Like,
that
what the
here
heck?
again the Sumerian has apparently combined what would be for
Okay.
us, of the rest of the Western tradition, two opposite poles of feeling, if there is one attribute of divinity which
Okay.
would seem common to our thought, it is the freedom from death, in the sense that death applies to humans.
Okay.
Yet it seems that among the Sumerians divinity cannot be separated from humanity even in this
For these
regard.
braids.
Not only can the god be subject to death, but his death can inspire in his wife and mother exactly the emotion that would be valid in a human wife and mother.
Afro,
Even among Homer's
right
very
here,
human gods, the
naturals.
death of a god is unthinkable, and so all the terrors, the resignation, or defiance associated with the mortal state, are not native to them.
More braids.
That Homer's gods know neither death nor old age is inherent in their being.
All of them got braids.
How hard it is for the Christian mystery of the God who died to be accepted. The long
Braid,
series
afro,
of controversies
afro
over the
braids.
dual personality of Christ bears witness. But here and in the beautiful poem The Wild Bull, who has lain down, it is impossible to distinguish, at least from the translation, any differences between the gods concerned and their human counterparts. Apparently the Sumerian in his worship thought of the god as in all respects identical with himself. When it comes to the experience of supreme emotion and the forces which provoke it, the last poems in the collection, for which Professor Wilson is responsible, show great skill and delicacy on the part of the translator.
Right,
they are more easily comprehensible than the Sumerian poems, and altogether seem more familiar. The themes of Carpe Diem, the meditations on death and suicide, and one or two love poems are more like their later Western counterparts.
most of these
Perhaps,
pictures,
because of this, one is inclined to think less of them. But it is very hard to render a tradition fairly by a few poems, and these mostly in excerpts. The Good Land of Eternity is remarkable for its simple directness.
Okay, so now I'm gonna let another document, a read I want to get into. I'm gonna let this play while we watch these pictures, right? This is let me put something in the chat. Heirs to Haran's Empire. I'm not going to start at the beginning. We're going to go down to a particular chapter. I want you guys to hear. Royalty and Romance is previous to this, but I don't really want to start there. So hold on. We're going to get into the heirs to Haran's Empire. Or do I want to start? This is the Queens of Baghdad. I want y'all to listen very, very closely. Think about everything y'all heard yesterday. What the pastor was telling you, explaining the heritage, so on and so forth. We're going to start. Actually, I'm going to go back up. I'm going to start with the mistresses of the powers of the beloved throne. The powers of the throne. Let's start there with the powers of the throne. Hold on. Let me go back here real quick. And then we'll look at the pictures as we're listening. You're going to be listening to the powers of the throne. I'll put a little of the information down in the chat. Okay, let me find the right page. Let me see. I don't want to do this entire chapter, but I think I'm going to go with the bottom of Mistress of Harem, just so y'all can hear a little of this information. It's going to still lead into other things to clarify things that you may not understand in it, but we're going to start here. Something's telling me to go back a little bit. All right, so let's go. And I'm going to show pictures as we're listening to the read, okay?
The attack. And Mahdi, it seems, had a mind this time to grant the poet's request, but Utbah, no longer hiding behind her mistress' wishes, spoke her mind. Commander of the believers, treat me as becomes a woman and a member of your household. Would you then give me
and
over
just to
to
clarify, these pictures you're seeing is Egyptian art. You're not going to really see this. These pictures are in a book, a very old book. I don't know. I can't say you haven't or won't see them. I don't believe you'll see most of them. Let's just say that. But so just, take a good look at them. That's why I want to show them to you guys, because most of them I have never seen. I've seen similar ones, but not the actual pictures off the wall. They don't look, very familiar at all. So let's go with that.
ugly man who sells jars and seeks to profit by his verse.
Like this one.
The caliph was thus
Looks
prevailed upon to
Oriental,
spirit bought
almost,
this
right?
fate. Nevertheless,
Does it look
Abu
Oriental?
al-Hayya continued to sing her praises. She complained this time to Khaizaran, with whom Mahdi found her in tears. The poet was called in and confronted with some of his audacious verses and, for once, was unable to extricate himself. The lover poet was then flogged for his persistence, but, meeting Utbah on the way, he pointed to the plight she had brought him and so sent her weeping again to Khaizaran. Mahdi repented his deed and sent the poet 50,000 dirhams, which he immediately distributed to those at the royal gate. Mahdi took him to task for this, and he answered, I wish not to consume the price of my beloved. So Mahdi gave him another 50,000 and forbade him, this time, to give it away registered yet, even flogging did not cure him. He continued to make verses on Utbah, for which he was presently exiled. But he could not keep away and returned though only to be imprisoned. His friends, however, pleaded for and secured his release. The experiences of Bashar and Abi al-Hayya at the hands of Mahdi for their verses on members of that caliph's harem were not the kind to invite imitation. It is, therefore, not surprising to find that other poets left 8 Macy de 6, 241-43, for Gand, 19, 153, but C.F. Husri, I, 297. The royal harem, including Khaizaran, alone unless it was to pronounce some innocent couplet, now and again, in reference to her favored children. One such verse states that there are none, among the sons of all the caliphs,
drink, guys. I'll be right
like
back.
the sons of Khaizaran registered * when her young daughter, Banaka, died. One of the poets in his verse of condolence referred to the child as having been the joy of both Mahdi and Khaizaran * registered. Yet another verse, quoted quite frequently by the sources, is one that congratulates Khaizaran on the occasion of the nomination of Hartun as heir, which event made her the mother of 2 prospective caliphs. It comes, it seems, from the court poet, Marwan ibn Abi Hafsa. O Khaizaran, rejoice thee, and again rejoice, for thy 2 sons have come to rule the people * yet, even this verse was frowned upon by Misa al-Hadi, who advised a reciter to hold his tongue and not mention his mother's name for good or for evil. Khaizaran herself does not seem to have courted publicity through the poets. Interesting and significant as was Khaizaran's role in Mahdi's harem, it was not for this alone that she won a lasting place in Islamic history. It was, rather, the direction she gave to the political course of the Abbasid Empire, chiefly through her energetic intrigues in the succession of her sons, that brought her a more or less sinister fame. It is, therefore, to this wider phase of her activities that the reader's attention is next called. 88 Katib, 14, 430. 89 Agani, XXI, 120. 9 degrees Tabari, 3, 591-92, Masidi, 6, 269, Suyatai, Tariqs, p. 111, and H.S. Jarrett's translation, Calcutta, 1881, p. 291. Wall power behind the throne. Khaizaran's steadily increasing influence over Mahdi is hardly to be questioned. But the extent to which this influence found expression, direct or indirect, on the course of his empire and its immediate administration is difficult to gauge with any certainty, for the records refer to her influence mostly in general terms. It is to be further noted that such references are frequently first mentioned by the historians not under the reign of Mahdi but under that of Hadi as a sort of preliminary introduction to an explanation of the mother-son tragedy that was soon to follow. Khaizaran, runs one of these accounts, in the first part of Hadi's reign used to settle his affairs and to deal with him as she had dealt with his father, Mahdi, before him in assuming absolute power to command and forbid. This could mean that she commanded or forbade Mahdi's acts, or that, regardless of Mahdi, with or without his knowledge, she acted autocratically and dictatorially on her own, or that she indulged in both these. Tabari, 3. 569 to 71, Ibn Athir. 6. 68, Masidi. 6. 268 to 69, Fikri. p. 261, Ibn Khaldun. 2.
Infant
217,
daughters of Akhenaten.
54. Practices. However, when search is made for specific incidents that would illustrate the possession and exercise of such powers, the net result of the search is meager, particularly in Mahdi's own reign. This, again, could mean that Mahdi allowed her a free hand and that the historian's brief and general statement reflects her generally well-known power. Or, again, it may be one more example of how most of the Muslim historians tend to pass over such unpalatable reference to woman's rule as briefly as possible. Frequently they ignore it altogether, unless, or until, it cannot be any longer so slighted or
Lions,
ignored.
tigers, and bears.
Such
Oh
was the
my.
case with
Lions, tigers,
Khaizara
and
and
bears.
Hadi.
Where are they if you see
It
lions
is
and
quite conceivable that,
we don't
had
see
not
bears, but if you
Khaizara
see
clashed
lions and
so
tigers, I'm
severely
just
with
saying
Hadi,
lions, tigers,
her
bears. It's
political
talking about us.
influence in
But tell
Mahdi's reign
me,
would have been totally
just
ignored
look,
by the historians. The first definite reference to
where
Khaizar's
else
influence
do
in
you
politics
see
is in connection with the
lions
imprisonment of Yahya,
and
the
tigers?
son of Khalid the Barmakid.
But in America,
Yahya
huh?
was imprisoned and heavily
Right?
fined for
Y'all
misuse
just
of
let me
power in
know.
the
I don't
province
know.
of Fars. It was then that Khaizar pleaded his case on
I'm
the
gonna
basis
run
of
that back.
foster
I'm sorry,
brotherhood
guys.
between her son,
I just want y'all
Hartun,
to see
and
that.
Yahya's son. The first, it is quite
Okay.
conceivable that, had not Khaizar clashed so severely with Hadi, her political influence in Mahdi's reign would have been totally ignored by the historians. The first definite reference to Khaizar's influence in politics is in connection with the imprisonment of Yahya, the son of Khalid the Barmakid. Yahya was imprisoned and heavily fined for misuse of power in the province of Fars. It was then that Khaizar pleaded his case on the basis of foster brotherhood between her son, Hartun, and Yahya's son, Fadl. Mahdi, again.
Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, do y'all see these pictures here? Like, do you guys see these pictures? Right? Are y'all looking at this in the giant? And y'all see them behind. He's got them behind him. The warriors, they're small warriors, but they still warriors. Look, they right with them. Look, I want y'all to see that. I want y'all to note this and to see the giant. Look. Tigers. Y'all see tigers right here, right? They go the little stripes. You know what I'm saying? I just showed y'all the lions. You know, tigers. Here go the lion. Lion. Y'all see them, right? Y'all see David got the big this is a giant. If y'all can see compared to their size, look at his size. This is a giant, which is probably one of the kings. Obviously, he's got the Pharaoh's hat on. We're gonna read what it says, the description is, and y'all see the warriors all over here with their shields, with their bow and arrows. I'm just saying, y'all see this, right? The bow and arrows, they shields. Even the Pharaoh got his bow and arrows. I'm just saying, y'all see all that. Y'all see all that. Y'all know how we move in America, right? Y'all see this, right? They braids, dreads. Some of them might have dreads, some of them might have braids. I'm not sure, but y'all see it. Y'all see it. Look at it. Just look. Look again. Bow and arrows, shields, bow and arrows. Everybody got their bow and arrow. Everybody ready. See the big old tall giant king right here leading the pack with his bow and arrow ready. So let me get them out the way because we on the mission right now. You feel me? Y'all see? Look. All this is America. All this is America. Once again, lions, tigers, and bears. When you see that, you know that's a reference to America. You can't dispute that. Okay, let's go. Let me continue to read as we get through. I just wanted you guys to hear that. Okay. All right, let's go.
Easily influenced, released Yahya and reinstated him in his post. A second specific instance of her political influence is associated with forced labor and an attempted miscarriage of justice. It is to be noted that the unholy alliance too, even in this glaring case, historians like Yadagri Kibi make no reference to her power, while Masidi and Ibn Khaldun first mention it in connection with the events of Hadi's reign. Between politics and the administration of justice had already, in the days of Mansur, become the bane of honest men and
No,
judges.
fighting the Persians and the Greeks, I believe. Let's see. We'll get to it with the reading. And I meant to go back to the other one. I'm going to go back and see what that description of that one was. Let's go.
The famous jurisconsult, Abi Hanifa, had begged to be excused from serving as judge in Baghdad but was pressed into service. His subsequent strike, imprisonment, and speedy death must have helped to put refusal to serve out of the minds of other candidates. Sharik ibn Abd Allah, judge of Kufa in both Mansur's and Mahdi's reigns, claimed that he so served under compulsion. Skeptics, watching him waiting on Khaizuran as she was on her way back from the pilgrimage, probably in 158, scoffed in verse at this compulsion. 5. Yet the following story is told of how Sharik came to serve Mahdi. Sharik came into Mahdi's presence one day, and that caliph offered him one of three choices: to serve him as judge, to instruct his children, or to partake of a meal with him. Sharik held his peace as he thought it over. Did he fear a poisoned morsel? One wonders. When he spoke at last, he chose the meal. Then Mahdi himself directed the chef to prepare him a dish of varied brains mixed in sugar and honey. The chef was somewhat alarmed, for he remarked that the old man Sharik was in his early 60s would be forever undone after such a meal. Sharik ate the prepared dish and thereafter consented to be both tutor for the princes and judge for their father. He was then put on the public payroll, but the unhappy man felt he had failed the faith registered for Tabari. 371, 458, 465, 469, 484, 501, 503, IBN Callaghan, I. 622-23. 5 Katib, 9, 285, Yaqut, Geographic, 3, 246. Registered Masidi, 6, 226-27, IBN Callaghan, I. 622-23, Suyatai, Tadagri Rika, P. 108. Whatever the properties of the sweet brain dish, Sharik does not seem to have lost either his willpower or his sense of value and justice in the exercise of his function as tutor and judge. For it is related that one day one of Mahdi's sons, unnamed, came to Sharik and asked to be informed about a certain tradition. Sharik ignored him. The youth repeated his question, adding, "It seems that you belittle the sons of the caliphs." "No," answered Sharik. "It is rather that learning is considered much too precious by the learned for them to waste it." Then the youth, who had hitherto sat haughty and at ease, an attitude not befitting a pupil, seeking knowledge, accepted the intended rebuke, kneeled before his instructor, and repeated his question. "Tt is thus, humbly, that knowledge is to be sought," said Sharik, and presumably gratified the prince's desire for that pearl of great price. This, then, was Sharik, the judge of Kufa, with whom Khaizuran's agent clashed. It is to be remembered that a royal wife generally used up for herself, her retinue, and her establishment large quantities of cloth for clothes, draperies, and furnishings. It is further to be remembered that the ladies of the palace sought to acquire the best and to be one with the other in ostentatious display of their rich silks, brocades, and tapestries. Khaizuran's agents, therefore, traveled in search of the best materials and workmanship. The weaving and embroidering industries flourished.
Trying to put us in Africa.
In particular demand at the court were the fiere, cloth, or robes ornamented with gold and embroidered calligraphic bands. 7 Suyatai, Tadagririk, p. 108. Displaying some distinctive mark or sentiment, in phrase, or verse, that took the royal fancy. They seem to have become quite the fashion with the early Abbasits registered. Khaizuran had sent one of her agents to supervise the cloth and embroidery production of the factory at Kufa and had written the then governor of the city, Misa ibn Isa, to see that no obstacles were put in the agent's way. Misa must have complied with her instructions, since the agent, who was a Christian, by the way, was everywhere obeyed in Kufa. Feeling secure, he behaved haughtily and went about dressed in fine clothes. Worse than that, He pressed artisans into forced labor at the factory. One day Judge Sharik happened to see this agent, who had with him a man in handcuffs. The man cried out for help to the judge. I am a worker in fine brocades. Artisans like me are, normally, hired for 100 dirhams a month. But this man here seized me 4 months ago and has kept me a prisoner at the factory, giving me only my daily food. I have lost track of my family. Today I escaped from him, but he pursued and overtook me. The judge questioned the official, who sought security in the repeated phrase, he is in the lady's service, the lady being, of course, Kaiseran. The agent, furthermore, ordered the judge to send the handcuffed artisan to prison. Instead, the good Judge Sharik released the man and sentenced the Queen's agent to a public flogging. Registered here the record stops. Tanta registered Florenzi. Day, dated Tyraz in the collection of the
Service
University of
with
Michigan,
feathers.
Ars Islamica, 1v, 1937, 421 to 22, and references.
Okay, just want to see if you guys note here. Her big crown feather hat. Her big crown feather hat. This is a crown made of feathers. A crown made of feathers. Y'all see this? All the Nubians, which are, you know, looking like her servants, were also wearing the feathers. Okay, y'all see everybody got braids, little afros, things of that nature. Some of them have locks, maybe they're like curly locks. Okay, I'm gonna keep outlining everything, but I want y'all to see some of the things. If it's something I want to outline, I will. Look at this barge. Okay, we're gonna continue with the read. Let's go. On the Khazars, we are still listening to the two queens of Baghdad.
They're cited, R.B. Sargent, Materials for a History of Islamic Textiles up to the Mongol Invasion, Ars Islamica, 1x, 1942, 55 to 84. CIBN Calden, I, 222 to 23. Lissingly omitting the sequel, for sequel there must have been when Kaiseran no doubt heard of the affair. At one time, Mahdi seems to be threatening the judge with the dreaded accusation of heresy, degree, but since the relative chronology of these events is not at all clear, it is impossible to know if the two events were directly connected. Mahdi could have made the threat at the time he himself was trying to induce Sharik to enter his service. The good judge seems to have escaped the pitfalls of his office in Mahdi's reign.
This is some deep spiritual stuff here we don't get into, but
deprived of his hugeship in the reign of Hadi.
Y'all see the lotus
Was this,
flowers.
then, Kaiseran's revenge? This scarcity of specific instances to illustrate the exercise of absolute power by Kaiseran in her husband's lifetime can mean that her actual power in the high politics of that period was limited, and that such power as she had and exercised centered mainly in palace and harem affairs. It is a well-known fact that throughout the Islamic world, past and present, woman's most honored and powerful role is not that of wife but of mother. Kaiseran,
most powerful role is
no
of
doubt
mother.
used her woman's charm and tact to accomplish her ends with the devoted and easygoing Mahdi. But Kaiseran, the mother, intended to control her offspring more openly and directly. Mahdi, she cajoled and flattered. Hadi and Harun, she hoped to command and forbid. Was it not because she had found favor with their royal father that they, her sons, were singled out for the heirship to the glorious caliphate? Thus Kaiseran, slave, concubine, and queen consort, most probably looked upon her future queen motherhood as the climax of her ascending career. In the meantime, the affairs and management of the young princes must be taken in hand. Parents have from time immemorial claimed impartiality in their affection for their children. Favoritism, glaringly evident to the outsider, is vehemently denied by the involved parent, or it is occasionally explained as justified by some personality or character trait of an offending child. Child psychology and psychoanalysis have revealed the beginnings of parent-child antagonisms, or the children's jealousy and consequent hatred of one another in the parent's unconscious neglect of an older child on the advent of a baby brother or sister. If the older child happens to have the misfortune of a physical handicap together with a naturally sensitive or envious temperament, And if, furthermore, a royal crown is at stake, then these are the ingredients to delight a witch's heart as she throws them into her cauldron of trouble, there to boil and bubble. Trouble for Prince Hadi had already started brewing in his father's lifetime. Kizuran's eager anticipation of the coming of her firstborn has been already related. The physicians who were then engaged to watch over the health of the child served him throughout his life. The honest doctor, Abd Allah al-Tafari, relates how the birth of Hardin brought ill luck to Misa, since Harian was showered with favors to the exclusion of his older brother. This, the physician felt, affected his own position unfavorably, until Musa was old enough to comprehend what was happening. 11 see above, p. 27. Thereafter, Misa was more generous to him than was the Queen Mother Kizuran. The physician's prestige rose again as his charge became heir to the throne. The young prince acquired a harem, among them Ahmad al-Aziz, who was dearer to him than the apple of his eye, and who followed his example, even outdid him, in her great generosity toward the physician Abd Allah. Misa al-Hadi started life with the physical handicap of an unattractive mouth.
Y'all see the
His
beard?
upper lip is definitely stated
Y'all
to
know
have been
who have
short and
beards.
contracted,
Everybody don't have
so
beards.
that the young boy had difficulty in making both lips meet. The sight must have annoyed his parents. Mahdi appointed a special servant to watch the child and remind him to close his mouth. Soon the boy came to be known by the unsavory nickname of Myosa, shut your mouth. *3 How much damage the initial handicap and this blunt reminder of it did to the growing boy's ego will have to be left to the imagination. The boy was fair, tall, and heavily built, and in these he was not so different from his younger brother, Hardin. The records describe him as physically brave and courageous. They credit him with assured self-confidence,
Look at them locks.
and
Look at them
resolution.
locks. Look at them braids.
To
What
his
are
somewhat
they?
partial
Either
physician,
or.
Abd
Look at
Allah,
their
he
braids.
seemed the most noble in self-respect, a most gracious and sociable
Look at her
character, most equitable and just. Most of the sources are agreed on his great generosity, but there is a differ to Ibn Abi Yuzibika, I. 153-54. This account, strange enough, makes this one woman the mother of all of Hadi's 9 children, who himself died aged, at the most, 26 years, cf. below, pages 66 and 97. 3 e.g., Tabari, Hi, 580, Ibn Athir, 6, 69, Tha Alibi, Lasaf al-Maghrib, p. 31, Ibn Takriberdi,
check with the chat.
459, Suyatai, Tadagririk, p. 109 but cf. Kifti, p. 219, where the loyal but partisan Tafari denies this defect in Hadi. Hints of opinion as to the sweetness of his nature and the tractability of his temper. He is described as a short dash, hot dash, and ill-tempered youth, impatient and quarrelsome, jealous and suspicious, a man of strong desires, hard of heart, and full of cunning withal. Point 4 How many of these qualities did he inherit with the none too gentle? A basic blue blood that ran in his veins, or the none too modest plebeian strain that the cunning Kizuran injected into that bloodstream? And, again, how many of them were forced upon him by the none too enviable position of being the older but the less favored son?
Let me rewind that for
The
y'all.
answers must be left with the controversy of heredity.
Real quick.
A basic blue hints of opinion as to the sweetness of his nature and the tractability of his temper. He is described as a short dash, hot dash, and ill-tempered youth, impatient and quarrelsome, jealous and suspicious, a man of strong desires, hard of heart, and full of cunning withal. Point 4 How many of these qualities did he inherit with the none too gentle? A basic blue blood that ran in his veins, or the none too modest
blue
blood.
Talking about the royal blood.
That bloodstream. And, again, how many of them were forced upon him by the none too enviable position of being the older but the less favored son? The answers must be left with the controversy of heredity versus environment. It is quite conceivable that a son with all or most of those qualities would clash with his mother's aims and temperament more so than with his more easygoing and indulgent father, who referred to him in pride and affection as my dear son, as he watched the sturdy youth, clad in heavy armor, spring smartly onto his mount. Mahdi did not neglect the education and training of his first heir, especially in the earlier years of his own reign. He sought out men of good reputation and fame as instructors for his sons, and himself set them the example of patronizing and honoring the scholars of the day. Hadi, whose intellectual endowment was not inconsiderable, had a taste for learning, particularly in literature. Later, he came to have for one of his best and for Tabari, IIT, 586, 596, Masidi, V1, 262, 8, 294, Yaz, K.
Oh, copper
E slash
tone
Taj,
Nefertiti.
P35, Katib,
Not
11,
dark.
150
African
to
looking.
51, IBNABIUSIBI, I,
Oh,
156, Fikri,
maybe cracking me up with the line.
P258. Almost inseparable companions Isa Ib and B, an outstanding scholar from the province of Hijaz.
Okay.
When it came to matters of religious policy, Mahdi himself instructed his son to follow his own example in weeding out heresy, and Hadi, who took quite an interest in religious debates, had every intention of following, in this respect, in his father's footsteps. 7 The younger prince, Harun, received his first instruction and training at the hands of that pillar of the early Abbasid state, Khalid the Barmakid, and his family, particularly his son Yahya. It is claimed that there were several cases of foster relationships between
Old
3
tiger.
generations of Abbasids and Barmakids. The first goes back to Safa and Khalid, each of whom had a daughter who was nursed by both mothers. Registered the second is Harun and Fadl, the son of Yahya, while a third generation of foster relationship is claimed for Harun's son, Amin, and a son of Ja'far the Barmakid. A less frequently mentioned foster relationship is that between Harun and Ja'far. This, however, is further complicated by the statement that Ja'far's own mother died while he was yet an infant, and that he and Hartun were then both nursed by Fatima, wife, or concubine of Yahya, who thus became foster mother to both. She was known as Ja'far and was addressed by Harun al-Rashid himself as al-Rashid *916 Yahas, Ka/Taj, pages 116 to 17, Tabari, 3, 589 to 90, 592 to 93, Masyadai, 6, 263 to 64, 277, Katib, 9, 306, 11, 150 to 51. 17 Tabari, ITI, 588. 18 Ibid, 11, 840, IBN Abdiyas, pages 1.
Okay, I want you guys to know how someone tried to scrape this stuff all off the walls. You can see this not just broke, this not like torn off. Here, you can see the hair was scraped off up here. The hair was scraped off up here. You can see her face was scraped, and then the hair, they tried to scrape it in certain spots right here, the color, like try, because it's too neat. You see how neat it's faded? Let me zoom in. See how neat it's faded out? And you can still see some of the darkness of his braids down here. You can see some of the darkness of her braids in certain areas, but you can see where someone tried to chisel that out. Can y'all see that, or is it just me? Am I tripping? Like, let me know. Let's go. We're gonna continue to read. Let me know if y'all see that's someone tried to remove that.
105, 155, 175. Aside from the foster relationships, Yahya was for a great deal of the time in the 140s with Prince Mahdi in Khorasan. The two families had every opportunity and incentive for close contact. Khalid and his son Yahya were for most of the time in favor not only with Prince Mahdi but with the more critical and exacting Caliph Mansur. Therefore, the statement that Mahdi's young son was committed to the excellent care of the Barmakids * seems quite plausible. At a later period in the young prince's life, both Khalid and Yahya were more specifically associated with Harun than with Misa al-Hadi. The experienced Khalid accompanied the youthful Harun on his Byzantine campaigns, while his son Yahya was Harun's special secretary and wazir as early as 161/777-78. It was because of the
All
foster
these people got
relationship and
braids.
this more
Come on
important and
now.
intimate
All of them,
administrative
look.
connection,
Beautiful
in
pic
which
too. I
Prince
like this
Harry
pic.
sat, figuratively speaking, at the feet of the shrewd diplomat and able statesman, Yahya ibn Khalid,
Braids.
that Harry used to address the latter as father. Trademark Yahya, aside from his genius for government, had a keen sense of responsibility. He displayed an
a
inordinate
vintage
capacity for
scene of
industrious
thieves.
attention to the routine administration of the western provinces int artist to
Beautiful.
his care in the name of Hartan. The young Harun, on the other hand,
Beautiful
preoccupied
pic.
with the pleasures of life, cared not to be weighted down with the cares of government. He gave Yahya a free hand. The arrangement suited 20 Taberi, IH, 498, Yakibi, 2, 490. 2 cf below, pages 113, 133, and 193.
Right here.
Both
Short
prince and
braids, more
administrator,
braids,
as
more
it seems
braids.
also to have met with
Braids,
the
braids,
approval of
braids,
Mahdi
braids,
and
braids,
Khaisaran.
braids.
As these four key
Yeah.
figures of the court drew closer together, Prince Hadi was left to the
Prince
company and
Hadi
care
was
of
left.
lesser personages and to his
I'm
own
sorry.
uneasy thoughts and fears. When it came to the social and moral training of the now more mature princes, Mahdi sought to substitute the force of example by that of precept and met with the usual success, or rather failure, in such cases. Though he surrounded himself with musicians, dancers, and singers, he forbade these artists the lucrative pleasure of entertaining his sons and heirs. Reference has already been made to the imprisonment and flogging of the gifted musicians Ibrahim and Ibn Jamie. Other incidents are not lacking which prove that, on the whole, Hadi's choice of social companions
King
did
Ramses
not meet
II.
with his father's approval. He resorted to the rod so as not to spoil the child, but its use was by proxy. Since obviously the dignity of
He
heirship
spared the
precluded the
rod
public
not to spoil
flogging,
the child. How many
it was
times y'all
not the
heard
heir
that?
but his less fortunate
Interesting, right?
companions who took the painful chastisement. Abd Allah ibn Malik, Mahdi's captain of police, used to be ordered to administer the stripes. Prince Hadi would then ask him to be lenient with his friends, but Abd Allah would pay no attention, fearing more the present displeasure of Mahdi than the likely future wrath of Hadi as caliph. 4. Not even flogging seems to have been effective in keeping Ibrahim ibn Dakwan, better known as Ibrahim al-Harani, from Hadi's company. He had been intro 23 cf. Above, p35. 24 Taberi, IH, 583, IBN Athir.
I want to
6.
know if any of you guys are familiar. Now, I see when people are showing pictures of Egypt and these Egyptian pictures, I want to know if any of you guys ever see these pictures with them with these braids like this, or the ones that actually, I've seen the afros a couple of times, but have you guys ever seen the afros and the braids like this and how this information is hidden? Because we see many Egyptian pictures, right? A whole bunch of them. Somebody let me know in the chat, because I want to reply from this. Let me know if you guys have seen these pictures with these braids like this. Have you seen the pictures with the braids? Have you seen the pictures with them, with showing them actually slaying lions and tigers, which we know lions and tigers and bears are what? American. More proof. So you wouldn't see this because they want to keep that out of your eyesight, because why? They don't want you to understand or know it connected like we're connected, but y'all know we're going to connect the shit. We ain't playing around with these people. We're going to make sure we connect it. Okay. All right, let's see. Let me check with the chat real quick. Grand elevations to everyone that's come in. Y'all already know. Peace, love, and bliss to everyone. Much love and respect. Let's see. Phyllis. I see Phyllis. I didn't see her earlier. I'm sorry. I must have missed a few people. Okay, let me make sure, guys. Do not want to ignore you guys with your perfect, great energy that I appreciate every time you guys come in my chat with your responses and your interactions to let me know that you appreciate the information. That makes me want to continue to make sure I'm sharing it with you guys, and it's not for nothing. So have they ever been miscodified as color? No, absolutely not. Okay, y'all say, yeah, we see. Yeah. Yeah, sis, you seen it, the one that was tampered with, right? That's why I hate not when I'm not interacting with the chat, because you seen it right then. Yes, right. Tamper. And it was too neat. It's like that's too neat. They probably thought they was gonna change it to something. They said, well, now if we put something else, it might look weird. We'll just leave it like this. Like we don't gonna see what it is. Come on, we are not blind, definitely not. Definitely not. Grandest to everybody that's come in a little bit late, you guys. Appreciate your energy. Hope you guys enjoying the stream. I'm gonna be going through a couple of things today, so I wanted to definitely start out with this. The next thing I'm going to show you guys is the old. It says the new and the old English structures, and Ireland, and where else is in there? Parts of Britain. So we'll get into that. Look like Indians with the bleached their hair. All different shades of brown. Come on, where that's at? You already know, because everywhere else they either dark. They all kind of look the same, because they prototyped, right? Well, that's my thinking anyway. I believe they're all prototyped. We're not gonna get into that conversation. Y'all gotta check some other videos. Okay, let's see. Nope, never seen this before. Okay, now we get into the question of, have you guys seen this? Yes, have not seen this. So I thought, y'all know, I always want to show you guys things that I feel will elevate your mind with pictorial information. This is pictorial alchemy, casting out the lies of a scene that's been put to you to make you think one thing when it's something else. Come on, y'all. We'd be too woke for that. We do not have time. So yeah, we seeing it now. Right. Oh my gosh, I remember that. I should pull that video up in a minute, actually. Stephen, I should pull that video up. That is so crazy. Right. Exactly. Yeah, let's go. Definitely want to. This one right here is so cute. I like this one. It's like she's a little young one. This one right here, he leaning down, giving praise, braids hanging. Yeah, y'all see it. Y'all see it. Beautiful braids. All right, let's go. Let's get the book reading, because I want to get to the next book too. I'm sorry, guys. Let's go. Anyone coming in, if you guys don't know, we are reading The Queens of Baghdad. The Queens of Baghdad. We're going to get into a few other things today as we go through the bill, but let's go.
70, Thackeray, p. 258. Duce to the young prince through one of his instructors. Mahdi had forbidden him the prince's company, but the latter would not leave Ibrahim alone, as Khaizaran, in this same fateful decade of the prince's life, concerned herself with plans for their harems. True to Eastern and Islamic custom, family life began early for both princes. Hadi is on record as being prolific in offspring. Short as his life was, he left 7 sons and 2 daughters,
I believe so.
all born of concubines. Brief and confused as are generally the entries on the caliph's harems, the references to Hadi's harem are among the briefest, but with their full share of confusions and contradictions. At least some half-dozen different concubines are to be distinguished. Some he bought himself, others were presented to him. Among the latter was one Ahmad al-Aziz, who had belonged to Rabbi ibn Yunus.
And just to clarify, I hope you guys can see this copper skin, the red skin, and a little darker of a brownish copper. Okay, I'm going to zoom in, of course, but I want y'all to take note of these 3 particular tones.
An ambitious chamberlain of Mansur and Mahdi. Exceedingly beautiful of face and figure, she was first presented by Rabbi to Mahdi, who, seeing her youth and beauty, thought she was more fit for his young son Misa al-Hadi. She found favor with the prince, but the chamberlain, if the stories told later of this triangle are true, had great reason to regret making this gift to royalty. 77 She bore the prince his 2 oldest sons. The next concubine, Rahim, is said to have been the mother of yet another son, Ja'far, of whom more later. The rest of his harem are just names. 35 Tabari, 3, 583, Thackeray, p. 263 36 Tabari,
Last one.
2, 580, GD, 3, 53 to 54, IBNABI Uzibika, I, 153 to 54. Maids or mothers of children, that can well be passed over.
Filling patterns.
It is to be understood that acquiring a wife was a much more serious undertaking than stocking up on concubines who could be discarded, given away, or even killed without any questions raised. A wife had her legal rights to property settlement. She had family connections,
A wife
which
had what?
frequently ramified far and deep into the ever-sensitive tribal situation. Partial as were the rules of divorce to the man,
Listen
even a
again. I'm gonna
legitimate
go back. I
wife
want
had
you guys to
maids
hear
or
this.
mothers of children that
Hold
can
on,
well
hold
be passed
on,
over.
hold on. Let's see. I like to,
206. The
you know,
next
hear it
concubine,
double.
Rahim, is said to
Concubine.
have been the mother of yet another son, Ja'afar, of whom more later. The rest of his harem are just names: 35 Tabari, 3, 583, Fakhari, p. 263 36 Tabari, 2, 580, GD, 3, 53 to 54, IBNABI Uzibika, I, 153 to 54. Maids or mothers of children, that can well be passed over. It is to be understood that acquiring a wife was a much more serious undertaking than stocking up on concubines who could be
You hear this
discarded,
shit?
given away, or even killed without any questions raised. A wife had her legal rights to property settlement. She had family connections, which
Concubine.
frequently ramified far and deep into the ever-sensitive tribal situation. Partial as were the rules of divorce to the man, even a legitimate divorce of a royal queen would have social and political repercussions. There was, furthermore, the question of royal dignity to consider. Since remarriage was never legally forbidden to the divorced wives of the caliphs, a caliph who divorced his wives might be put to the personal humiliation of seeing them the wives of other men of high or low station. He could, of course, autocrat that he was, flog, imprison, or even execute any daring enough to take this perfectly legal, but not proper, step. But there will still remain an element of personal humiliation. These considerations were to lead, in the none too distant future as history goes, to fewer and fewer royal marriages. With few exceptions, the royal concubine reigned almost supreme in the caliphal palace. Here and there an exceptional mother of children achieved, like Khaisaran, manumission and leak. These considerations were to lead, in the none too distant future as history goes, to fewer and fewer royal marriages. With few exceptions, the royal concubine reigned almost supreme in the caliphal palace. Here and there an exceptional mother of children achieved, like Khaisaran, manumission and legal matrimonial status. It is, therefore, not surprising, considering these general factors and Hadi's youth and short reign, to find that he had but two legal wives, both of whom were his cousins. 1. Lubaba was the daughter of Ja'afar, son of the Caliph Mansur. She was, therefore, half-sister to Zubaydah but no direct relation to Khaisaran. The second was Zubaydah, daughter of Kitrif and, therefore, niece of Khaisaran. No date is given for either marriage. The probability is, since Hadi was older than Harian, that one or both of his marriages took place before Harian's marriage in 165/781-82, to his double cousin Zubaydah, offspring of his paternal uncle Ja'afar and maternal aunt Salsal. 3 degree Khaisaran could thus point, with pride and satisfaction no doubt, to two daughters-in-law who were also her nieces. Aziza, a second daughter of Kitrif, who had been first married and divorced by an Abbasid prince, was later married by Harun, Zubaydah notwithstanding. The date of this marriage, too, is not stated, and it may have taken place after Khaisaran's death. Most tantalizing is the historian's silence on the intimate relationship of aunt and nieces who were also related as mother and daughters-in-law.
I really want to read more of this because after this, there's like, let me see how many pages in here because I want to get to a couple more things. Power Behind the Throne. Power Behind the Throne is next. Maybe I can do 2 pages of that, but I really wanted to get into this next book. Okay, Power Behind the Throne. Okay, y'all got the gist of the marriage and stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna go to that. Just to read a little of the
3 degrees CF. The clash of wills and temperaments among the members of the royal family became apparent in the development of the succession question. Hadi was appointed sole heir in 160/77633 and, as such, stayed closer to the capital than his younger brother, Harian, who was soon sent on expeditions against Byzantium.
Harry. Oh,
Harren's spectacular
Okay.
military successes and resulting favorable Treaty of 165/782 with the Empress Irene 54 were dramatized at Baghdad and considerably raised that young
Baghdad.
prince's political stock, climaxing in 166/782-83, with his appointment as second heir to the throne, with the title of Al-Rashid, that
mm-mm.
is, the rightly guided Hadi, who had every prospect of a long life and several sons already to his credit, could hardly be expected to be
Spread Nessie
enthusiastic
round,
over
wasn't it?
Harry's heirship, especially as he felt that the undercurrents of harem and court were against him. Father and son drifted farther apart. Presently it was decided to send Prince Hadi to distant Jurjan east of the Caspian Sea. Mahdi relented in his opposition to Ibrahim al-Harani, whom he now allowed to accompany Hadi. There is some evidence that the Caliph and his son held conflicting views on the policy to be pursued in Jurjan *. Perhaps Ibrahim was in part responsible for Hadi's ideas. At any rate, there soon came from Jurjan reports about him that once more displeased Mahdi. He, 33 Taberi, ITI, 472-76, IBN Athir, 6, 29-30. 34 Taberi, 3, 494-95, 503-5, IBN Athir, 6, 40-41, 44. 38 Taberi, 3, 506, IBN Athir, 6, 45-46.
Maybe I shouldn't have started this because I
36
really
Todd,
need to.
70,
Okay, yes,
FF,
I am.
especially pages 78-79. Therefore, recalled Ibrahim, but Hadi held him back. Eventually, Mahdi sent word to Hadi himself to send him Ibrahim or else be excluded from the airship. In the face
From
of
the
such
airship.
threats,
Did y'all hear
Hadi
that? Hold on, let me
reluctantly
go
parted
back.
with his 38 Taberi, 3, 506, IBN Athir, 6, 45-46. 36 Todd, I, 70 FF, especially pages 78-79. Therefore, recalled Ibrahim, but Hadi held him back. Eventually, Mahdi sent word to Hadi himself to send him Ibrahim or else be excluded from the airship. In the face
Excluded
of such
from
threats,
the airship.
Hadi reluctantly parted with his companion. 37 In the meantime, Mahdi
Listen,
had determined on placing Harun ahead of Hadi in the line of succession. He sent, in 169/785-86, leading members of the royal family to inform Hadi of the change and to secure his acceptance of the new order. Hadi refused his consent. Mahdi next sent a group of freedmen to bring the disobedient
A
son
group of
back home.
freedmen.
Hadi fought the messengers and refused to answer his father's summons. Mahdi now decided to go and subdue his stubborn son himself and so started on that fateful trip. Mahdi and his army left the capital on the Tigris for the distant Jurjan, where Prince Hadi had been stationed since 167/483-84. Accompanying the irate father on this mission of discipline and displacement for the first heir to the throne was Harun, the central figure around which capital and harem plots had been and still were revolving. And with Harun went his father, Yahya the Barmaked. Rabbi ibn Yunus, the powerful chamberlain, was left at the helm of the political will in Baghdad. The march was a long one, but Mahdi had no intention to force it, for there was good hunting on the way, and hunting was a favorite sport with the Caliph. A number of good stories are told of how Mahdi, while on the hunt, would be separated from his companions to 37 Ibn Abdiyas, p. 198, Fakri, p. 263. Wander alone in the forest and come back with some thrilling or amusing experience. More than one such tale has a kinship with the King Alfred and the Cakes theme. One, in particular, is rich in Islamic flavor. Mahdi arrived alone at a Bedouin's tent and announced himself as a hungry guest. The Bedouin remarked on the alertness, strength, and noble appearance of his unknown guest, to whom he offered his humble fare of bread and whey.
Noble
This,
appearance.
Mahdi devoured with a real hungry man's
An
relish of any
appearance of
food,
nobility.
adding,
Imagine that.
"Bring forth whatever else you have." Out came the juice of the grape. Host and guest each drank a glass, after which Mahdi asked, "Know you who I am?" "Nay, by Allah," answered the Arab. "Am one of the special
Say
servants
it, brother.
of the Caliph,"
That part.
Mahdi informed
That part.
him. "May Allah bless you in your position of service, and grant you long life whoever you are," said his host as he passed him the second cup. This, too, Mahdi drank and again asked, "O Arab, know you who I am?" "Yes,"
Oh, Arab, know
answered
who,
his host.
who I
"You
am.
just mentioned you were of the special service." "TT is not
So
so."
the special service,
"Who,
huh?
then, are you?" "Am one of Mahdi's generals." "Welcome, make yourself at home." "Your visit is indeed a pleasure," said his host, and passed him the third cup of wine, after drinking which Mahdi repeated his initial question and received the answer, "Yes, you claim you are one of Mahdi's generals." "TT is not so," said Mahdi. "I am the commander of the believers in person." Whereupon the Bedouin Arab tied up his wineskin. "Give us another drink," called out Mahdi. "Nay, by Allah, not a mouthful more shall you have." "And why so?" asked guest Mahdi. "We gave you one drink," replied his host, "and you claimed you were of the special service. We humored you and gave you a second
We
cup,
humored
and
you.
then you claimed you were one of Mahdi's generals. We put up with that, too, and gave you a third drink, and you next claimed that you were the commander of the believers in person.
Freaking angel.
Nay,
Agent.
by
Liar.
it is not safe to give you a fourth cup, for then you will claim to be the prophet of Allah himself."
Oh,
Mahdi broke into hearty laughter. Presently the royal hunting party caught up with its caliph. The Arab, realizing now that this was indeed the caliph, ran for his life,
the caliph,
fearing the caliph's
not the
displeasure
caliph.
for his last remark. He was overtaken and brought back, and there followed the usual happy ending, with the Arab showered with rich gifts of clothes and money. This particular one, getting over his surprise and finding his tongue again, said to his royal guest, "I bear witness that you are truthful, even if you were to make the fourth and the fifth claims, i.e., claim to be prophet and God." At this, Mahdi was so convulsed with laughter that he almost fell off his charger. He closed the episode by taking the Arab into his personal service. 39 Masaidi, 6, 229-31, Zamakhshari, Rod Al-Akhyar, Cairo, 1280/1863, pp. 200-201. For other hunting stories of Mahdi cf. Mastidi, 6, 227.
That part.
Not all of Mahdi's hunting adventures were to end as happily. Out on the unpleasant business of chasing down a stubborn and rebellious son, Mahdi thought to break the long march with a pleasure hunting trip on the side. The army was at Masabadan, and the nearby village and woods of Rat seemed to offer good sport. As frequently happened with Mahdi, he was soon isolated from his party. His hounds got wind of an antelope and gave chase. Mahdi charged after the hounds. The prey rushed against the gate of some ruins, the hounds dashed after it, and Mahdi's bucking, unruly horse rushed after them, crashing the caliph against the ruined gates and into instantaneous death. A tragic but clean end * degree, that is, if this story of the hunting accident is to be believed, not that the story itself is impossible, but because it is but one of several stories of accidental death for this caliph. Poison and not the hunt is the active agent in these other stories. The briefest version here is that one of Mahdi's concubines sent a rival of hers some poisoned food by the hand of a maidservant who knew all the time that the gift was poisoned. Mahdi happened to waylay the girl and eat of the poisoned dish, the girl being much too frightened out of her wits to warn the caliph that death lay in the morsel. A fuller version of 28, IBN Calican, I, 524-25, IBN Al-Jazir, 4 Qayadar, pp. 73-74, Ali IBN Zafar Alisti, Bada Albit at Cairo, 1278. Then she placed the polished, tempting fruit uppermost. This story names the concubine and details the tale. The envious and murderous concubine turns out to be Hassanah, met with earlier in these pages. She plucked out the stem of a pear carefully, inserted the poison, and replaced the stem. Then she placed the polished, tempting fruit uppermost in the dish and sent it on its death-dealing way. Mahdi, sitting in a tower of the palace at Mosabadan, saw Hasanah's maid pass below with her attractive tray of fruit. Since pears happened to be a special favorite with him, he called to the girl, reached out for the best fruit, which was the poisoned pear, and ate it. No sooner had he finished eating, than he cried out with pain. Hasanah, awaiting other results, heard the anguished cry and was soon informed of what had taken place. She came weeping and beating her face and crying out in her emotional despair, "I desired you for myself alone, and now I have killed you, oh my master." Hashtag still another story that involves Hasanah and this ill-conceived and ill-fated expedition runs as follows.
The expedition,
When Mahdi
all
prepared
part
to
of
depart
it.
to Mosabadan, he desired his favorite concubine, Hasanah, to accompany him. She sent this word to Mahdi's chief of court astrologers: "You advised this expedition for the commander of the believers and have thus burdened us with a journey we have not taken into account. May Allah hasten your death and rid us of you." The maid brought back this in answer: "I did not advise this expedition. As for your curse, God had already decreed my speedy death. So make not the mistake of thinking it an answer to your curse. Rather, prepare for yourself plenty of dust and, when I die, place the dust on your own head." His cryptic message became clear to her when Mahdi's death followed that of the court astrologer by 20 days. Astrologer or no, Mahdi himself, insist the records, got advance notice of his final call. While in Mosabadan, the caliph woke up one early morning hungry and called for food. Having eaten, he entered a courtyard to resume his sleep and gave orders not to be disturbed. Presently, his companions were awakened by his loud crying. They hastened to him, and he asked, "Did you not see what Jay saw?" "We did not see anything," they said. "There stood at the
Red,
gate
did
a
you
man,"
see the bill
said the caliph,
yesterday?
"whom I would not fail to know were he one among 1,000, nay, among 100,000 men." He proceeded to recite verses that left no doubt
Listen
in
to
his
this.
hearers' minds but that he believed he had seen the angel of death at the gate. 10 days later he was dead. For cryptic pronouncements, troubled
wow.
dreams, poisoned dainties, and the accidents of the chase all tell a tangled tale that still remains to be disentangled. Mystery and suspicion still hang around the death of Mahdi, who was laid to his final rest in the far-off village of Rad, hastily buried under the shade of a walnut tree. Prince Harun, son of Khaizaran, and Prince Ali, 43 Abi Faraj, Muqtasar al-Dawal, Beirut, 209, son of Rida, performed the last services for their departed father. Nowhere is there any record of how their royal mothers received the news of the death of their joint husband. But it is on record that Mahdi's concubines, and particularly Hasanah, mourned him greatly. As the carriages of the returning harem,
Okay, bro.
all
Yeah,
in deep
go
mourning,
check that out.
reached Baghdad, the poet Abu al-Atahiyya was moved to spontaneous verse. His lines began by contrasting the women departing in brocades and returning in sackcloth, dwelt on the transitoriness of life for one and all, and ended with the advice to weep for one's own destiny if one must weep at all. Mahdi's death ended one period of Khaizaran's life at the same time that it ushered her into another. Behind her was youth, success, and happiness. Ahead of her lay maturity, power, and tragedy. For death, having arrived on the royal stage, decided to tarry a while longer. The period between the passing away of one monarch and the accession of the next is, under the best of conditions, a time of stress and strain in royal household, kingdom, or empire. In the Islamic State it is generally critical enough to warrant all precaution and secrecy until the announcement, "The king is dead," can be followed immediately by "Long live the king." It is better still, if the new monarch is on hand to receive in person the allegiance of court, army, and people. The death of a caliph away from his capital calls for quick and astute action on the part of the empire's statesmen, if transition from one reign to the other is to be accomplished peacefully. When harem intrigue and rival claimants are also on the burdened scene, The transition period may mean a signal for swift death for one or more royal prince, riot in the streets of the capital, or open revolt there and in the distant parts of the empire. When Mansur died on the Pilgrim Road, the Chamberlain Rabbi ibn Yunus kept the caliph's death
The
secret
Rabbi,
until Mahdi
the
at
Rabbi.
Baghdad could take the situation well 7 in hand. Now, once more, it fell to Rabbi, this time himself at Baghdad, to hold together the reins of empire in a situation that was even more dangerous.
We're gonna stop right here, and we're about to get into this because I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna go to. I'm gonna keep moving. I'm trying not to do a lot of talking. About to get into this. What they say. How you gonna have old England? Hold on, let me pull it up. This is a good book too. I swear they got some shit in this air around here be getting on my nerves, man, for like 7 months straight. It's been killing me for real. Okay, look at this, y'all. It says it says the Pilgrim Fathers Memorial in Southampton, England. Southampton, this is Seneca area. Trust and believe. Don't let the lies deceive your ass. Okay. Unveiled on Pilgrim Day, August the 15th of 1913 by the American ambassador. Well, why would the American ambassador be concerned with Southampton, England, if it not be a part of America? Let's just clarify that. I want to know if that makes sense to anybody else that got a brain around here, because I get tired of people playing and acting like we stupid and we're reading stuff and we can't clarify, use discernment, and my favorite thing, right? Like common sense to see what the hell's going on. So let's read this again, and y'all put something in the chat to let me know y'all with me, and if y'all understand where I'm coming from, because I don't want to keep chatting. Pilgrim Fathers Memorial, that's in Southampton, England, right? It said it was unveiled on Pilgrim's Day on August the 15th of 1913 by the American ambassador, Mr. Honorable Walter Hines Page. It says that the Pilgrims sailed first from this port, but were obliged to return to Dartmouth to make repairs on the Speedwell. So what are they saying there? Somebody tell me if you understand what they mean by that shit. Okay, let's go there. Let's go there. Okay. I don't want to stay on it, but I ain't gonna waste time on it. But if you hear, you is. If you ain't, you ain't. Here we go with this part again. Now, I want y'all to see the hold on. Let me zoom in on it again for y'all. So I want you guys to see this crest. Now, you guys remember when I showed y'all before the lion, not the lion lord, the king, the black king on the castles that they say were in I'm sorry, the black kings that they say on the castles that were over there in the Greenland areas, right? And I showed you guys when we zoomed in on it, y'all could see that it was a totally melanated king. And here they showing all these pictures on the inside of fake drawn ass pictures that they done created. Oh, this is an oil painting. Why you ain't take a damn picture? We had cameras. Stop playing with us. Stop acting stupid and shit. Right? Okay, now, so when it comes to this, I want to show you this Royal London, one of, there are many, the Royal London crest, right? Y'all see this big ass line. Every time y'all see something talking about or representing London, England, it's always showing you a lion. I'm going to show you something else that's your common sense. Why is it showing you a lion? Lions are not of Europe. Let's just get this straight, okay? If you got common sense, put a one in the chat, and y'all understand that London, England. When you see London, England, when you see on, I'm talking hundreds over the past year. I read hundreds of books with y'all, like real talk. I done read my ass off. That might be why my voice in my throat and sinuses and everything don't work to this day, because I never had these problems. So I started doing all these bills and reading and trying to put this shit in your head. But out of all the books we read, and when we read the books, it always says London, England, New York, New Hampshire, Hampton. It always says those names. Not one time have I seen shit that said Europe. You never in your life seen Europe on any of these books when it comes to the writing, the translation, the old documentation, any of that. You never see any of that. You never see you never see England. You only see England Every time you see England, it's always associated with the lion, because the lion is what the ruler, and that is what us. That is because we are the king and the king of the jungle, like the whole land is the king of everything. You understand? So y'all see this, right? I want y'all to understand that. See that real quick. Hold on, because I don't want to stay on this too long either. But I want y'all to see that. I want y'all to see that. Hold on. It was something else I wanted to point out. And man, it's been a minute. It was something else. Damn it. I want to show y'all on here when I did originally want to do this build. Okay, it'll come back maybe. Either way, we ain't gonna play. We ain't gonna play around. We ain't gonna waste time. Okay. Now let's go again with something else that's common sense. That should be common sense to y'all, right? Or to anybody, I would think, and from my standpoint, that is. But you know, who's to say? Not to say everyone's thinking the same. Nothing's wrong with your thinking, even if you don't see it. I'm just saying from my perspective, okay? Now we see here the towns of New England. The towns of New England. They always say, oh, yeah, that's New England because they colonized it. That okay, that part. Okay, that's what you say. The towns of New England and Old England. Hold on. What we never hear them talk about Old England. I'll tell y'all about Old England. How many times have I told y'all about Old England? I was so glad to find this book because I was like, damn, I got this book. I can't remember where the book is. Man, I was searching. Sometimes I get distracted, so I got tired of looking for it. For some reason, this archive it has my books so disorganized in my library, and then the PDFs. If I don't remember the name of a book that I do have a download for, or the PDF, I'm not gonna remember or how to find the book. So that aggravates me with myself. But either way, towns of New England and Old England and Ireland and Scotland. I just want y'all to let me, somebody put a 3 in the chat if you see anything that reminds you of Europe when it's relation to this England or, you know, whatever they're saying. Let me check on my chat. I'm asking y'all questions I ain't even know there. Let me see. That part, brother. See, that's just what I like. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. See, this what I'm talking about. I'll be like, what I always tell y'all. I'm trying to open portals, you know, so on and so forth. So if I bing, you get an idea. You heard me say something, you be like, oh shit, such that boom, boom, boom. Let me go check this out. Let me reference this to something I already know. Let me check this out. Let me look up this information, because when you're reading a lot of times something you're not familiar with, you're gonna always run into additional information. Let me give y'all some study tips. You're going to run into some additional information. Now, when you run into that information, you're like, what is this about? You check that information out. You cross-reference that with 1 or 2 things to make sure that it's an accurate source of information, where it came from, where it was derived from, whether you can trust it, and also using your inner self. This is why I keep telling y'all to be in tune. Your inner self will tell you, oh, this is it. Yeah, go with this right here. Check this shit out. Go here. Listen, when you start looking for it, it's going to just fall right into place. You ain't even got to look. Because see, once you go to look and you put the energy forward, you've already put into it. You've used the action. Now you are going to manifest what you're looking for. So the search is going to be easy. I mean, if you're really in tune, that's what I'm telling you. So when you do that, it helps you out. Yeah, it was a good one, brother, for real. Halito, brother. Peace and peace to everyone that's coming in a little bit late. That's right, brother. You know it. 111. Okay, so y'all with me. I can't remember the exact question I asked y'all, but I know it was something I want to know if y'all understood what I was talking about in reference to this England and London and, you know, this Europe crap that I be trying to show y'all, because it be peeing me off. It's like, yeah, this new from where? Shit, new to y'all ass. It ain't new to us. Shit, we've been around for like centuries upon millions of centuries. Like, we can't even count this shit because we don't really know, because so much stuff has been destroyed. So we can't tell for sure how long our shit's been around. I mean, I'm just saying. So let's do this. We're gonna read this. It's gonna try to read the border. I'm sure this thing be getting on my nerves. Let me
And
see.
copyright VCH and Old England, Ireland, and Scotland, Plymouth and Southampton. Hear the tread of pioneers, of nations yet to be, the first low wash of waves where soon shall roll a human sea. Whittier. I've kernels of parched corn per person comprised the pilgrim's meal one day in the year 1623, when food became particularly scarce, and at the 250th anniversary of their landing in Plymouth, the guests at the banquet were surprised to find for the first course this same Scant allowance of provisions on each plate as a reminder of the hardships endured by their forefathers in order that this great nation might live. To Provincetown and to Plymouth many Americans, and also a goodly number of Englishmen and people of other nationalities, will journey this autumn and next summer to do honor to that courageous little band of pioneers who laid, in the New World, the cornerstone of a nation, to use the words of Longfellow. There have been many pilgrimages to the historic Old World shrines in England and Holland, and there will be many more this year and in the years to come, and each year both America and England will hold in greater reverence the little village of Screwby, where the separatist movement had its inception, and where is situated the old manor house in which was born William Brewster, later called Elder Brewster, the foremost planter of New Plymouth. On this old Brewster house is affixed a brass plate recording that this tablet was erected by the Pilgrim Society of Plymouth, Massachusetts, United States of America, to mark the site of the ancient manor house where lived William Brewster from 1588 to 1608, and where he organized the Pilgrim Church, of which he became a ruling elder, and with which in 1608 he removed to Amsterdam, in 1609 to Leyden, and in 1620 to Plymouth, where he died April 10, 1644. From Screwby the usual pilgrimage takes the visitor to the nearby village of Austerfield, where is to be found a cottage in which was born William Bradford, the first governor of our Plymouth, and the historian of the colony. At the early age of 17 he used to walk across the fields to Screwby to join his brethren in their meetings. A tablet in the Norman Church of Austerfield records that the aisle in which it was placed was built by the Society of Mayflower descendants and other citizens of the United States, in memory of William Bradford, who was born at Austerfield and baptized in this church, on March 19, 1589. The quaint village of Gainsborough, the home of the Pilgrim Church, is another shrine, for here was the home for some time of John Robinson, the pastor of the Separatist Church, and the leader of this little flock that fled from Nottinghamshire into Holland.
Ritualistic
In the old hall of this town the church was founded in 1602, a more recent object of interest being the Robinson Memorial Church, the cornerstone of which was laid by our minister Hon. T. F. Bayard in 1896, the inscription reading "To the glory of God the stone, in memory of John Robinson, pastor and exile," was laid on June 29, 1896 by the Hon. T. F. Bayard, etc. etc. Another tablet was placed in the vestibule of this church in 1902 to commemorate the 300th anniversary, and the wording on this is as follows: "This tablet unveiled June 11, 1902 in the 300th year after the formation of the church in Gainsborough, with which the name of John Robinson is associated, stands as a record of the cooperation of American with English Congregationalists in erecting a building to commemorate him, the thought of whom stirs equal reverence in English and American hearts." At this dedication the Lord Lieutenant of the County of Lincoln quoted the prophetic words of our minister James Russell Lowell, spoken at Wimbledon during a shooting competition between American and English marksmen: "If ever riflemen of both nations should be fated to meet in battle, may God grant that the rifles of both nations may be turned in the same direction." The scene of the pilgrim wanderings now moves to Old Boston, where 7 of the principal offenders were imprisoned in the old Guildhall, another mecca for tourists, especially from New England. Bradford fortunately was so young that he was allowed to depart. After a number of weeks all the prisoners were liberated, and sailed, as everyone knows, to Amsterdam, some of the voyagers taking 14 days on the journey. From Amsterdam they went to Leyden, where they lived and worshipped for 11 years, and where John Robinson a short time afterwards succumbed, being buried in the Cathedral of St. Peter. A tablet was placed there to his memory in 1891, by the National Council of the Congregational Churches of the United States, and commemorates the fact that from there at his prompting went forth the Pilgrim Fathers to settle in New England in 1620. A marble slab has also been placed on the building in which he lived. The inscription...
How can it be New England in 1620 when it's already England? It just makes no sense. Can somebody make sense of this shit for me in the chat? Because I know I ain't crazy. Somebody tell me How the hell you find a New England in a place that you didn't know shit about, that's been there for eons, already built up its kingdom? It's a place you need to conquer because every damn thing's here. Everybody in the whole damn world wants your shit, but it's new. But everybody else needs your stuff. I'm confused. How did it become the New England, and how is there an Old England that we're discussing and talking about? They're selling from all these places, blah, blah, blah. They need this, they need help. Oh, can we get this? Can you trade with us just because we need some? I mean, how? Make this shit make sense.
Reading. On this spot lived, taught, and died John Robinson 1611 to 1625. The committee appointed in Holland to celebrate the coming Pilgrim anniversary will erect in his honor 3 memorial windows in this church. Also, other memorials will be erected in honor of the pilgrims during the coming year at Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Delfshaven. The departure of the band from the latter port in the Speedwell and their arrival in Southampton was their next move, Robinson bidding them adieu as they sailed off to a salute of small shot and 3 pieces of ordnance. Was it not quite fitting that the Dutch, in whose country they had lived so many years, should be the first nation to have its representative, from New Netherlands in New York, make an official visit to this little pilgrim colony in the year 1627, which has gone down in history as its first diplomatic experience. At Southampton,
Good
they
old New
found the
York.
Mayflower at the
Good
West Quay waiting for
old
them, and near
New
this spot in
York,
1913 was
though.
unveiled
Wait a
by our
minute. Why do
ambassador
y'all
Page
keep
on. They
playing
had
with
lived
us?
so many years, should be the first nation to have its representative
Really?
from New Netherlands in New York
Okay.
make an official visit to this little pilgrim colony in the year 1627, which has gone down in history as its first diplomatic experience.
Yeah, I bet
At
it's your first.
Southampton, they found
It's
the
your damn
Mayflower at the
first.
West Quay waiting for them, and near the spot in 1913 was unveiled by our ambassador Page on Pilgrim Day,
Yeah.
August 15,
Yeah.
NS, August 5th, O.S. The memorial shown in the cut on page 16 in grateful memory of those pilgrims of the Mayflower who crossed the Atlantic in the year 1620, and became the founders of the first of those settlements which afterwards developed into the colonies of New England. This tablet is placed here by the Massachusetts Society of the Colonial Dames of America.
Oh, we're going to get into these
Another
whores. We're going
tablet
to get
of the
into them
monument
whores.
reads on the 15th of August 1620 from the West Quay near the spot the famous Mayflower began her voyage carrying the little company of
Hold on, because
Pilgrim
I want to put
Fathers.
this in the chat for y'all. And it's going to keep moving and be getting on my nerves, wasting more time because I get annoyed. So let's get to it. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna. I showed y'all the Mayflower family, the people that
Who
came.
were destined to be the founders of the
the people that came over on the Mayflower, right? We're going to get into these great old damn dames, right? Remember those old whores and things that that Bishop Gators was talking about yesterday, right? We're gonna talk about some of these old dames, right? We're gonna get into the dames in just a second. All right. Peace. Ain't they something? Look at this. Let's go.
New England States of America. Here the pilgrims waited for a week while the Speedwell of America,
as usual.
16 in grateful memory of those pilgrims of the Mayflower who crossed the Atlantic in the year 1620, and became the founders of the first of those settlements which afterwards developed into the colonies of New England. This tablet is placed here by the Massachusetts Society of the Colonial Dames of America. Another tablet on the monument reads on the 15th of August 1620 from the West Quay near this spot the famous Mayflower began her voyage carrying the little company of Pilgrim Fathers who were destined to be the founders of the New England States of America. Here the pilgrims waited for a week while the Speedwell was being made ready for sea, and while in port they were joined by John Alden. The story of their return first to Dartmouth and then to Plymouth, where the Speedwell was finally from home and haunts of the Pilgrim Fathers, by Alexander Mackennal, D.D. Barbican, Plymouth, England, where the Mayflower lay before sailing for the New World. On the wall on the left is placed the tablet shown in the cut on page 22. The 2 men in the center of the above picture are looking at the plate shown below. AEOE from a photograph taken for the State Street Trust Company by Heath and Stoneman Kindness
Not the
E. and
trust
Forbes
company.
Robertson, ESQ. Abandoned, is too well known to mention. Of all the towns in the Old World, Plymouth in County Devon, England, will of course always remain the one for which New Englanders will have the warmest affection, and the particular place
I
of
bet.
interest there is the Barbican in Sutton Pool, now encumbered by the fishing nets, where the Mayflower lay while her consort was undergoing repairs. It was near here on the Hoe, on the cliff's top overlooking the Barbican, that Drake said to Admiral Howard, after it had been reported to him while playing bowls that the Armada was entering the harbor, "There is plenty of time to win the game and beat the Spaniards too." The place where the Mayflower lay is recorded for all time by a huge stone firmly embedded in the paved causeway, into which is cut the one word Mayflower and the date 1620.
Okay.
On the quay's wall
I'm
a few
back.
feet away is another memorial, a bronze tablet inscribed as
You're literally
follows.
making me a snack, guys.
On
I
the
gotta eat
6th of
something.
September
Getting a
1620,
headache.
in the mayoralty of Thomas Founds,
Okay.
after being kindly entertained and courteously used by divers friends their dwelling, the Pilgrim Fathers sailed from Plymouth in the Mayflower, in the providence of God, to settle in New Plymouth,
Mhm.
and to
In
lay
the
the
providence of
foundation of the
God, the
New
good
England
ship
States
Jesus.
the ancient.
Is that the providence of
Gauzy,
God?
whence they embarked,
Is
was
that the
destroyed.
providence of God that they're talking about? That good old ship Jesus. You know, that. Damn, I got a record of that ship. I need to pull that ship up. Let y'all actually see that, because it literally is the ship Jesus. There's the ship, the Queen ship. Like, there's so many ships. Oh my gosh, I really need help with organization, guys. I got so much stuff that is so easy to shut down anybody saying any of this stupid shit they be talking about. It's just too much proof out here. I mean, just because I'm not organized, I can't show y'all like I want to, but trust and believe me when I tell y'all something, I got the proof about it, and I know what I'm talking about. I ain't just saying some shit to be saying it. Let's start there. Now, when it comes to this new, as I said with the new thing, right? They keep saying new because it's new to them. It's not new to us. Like, oh, this discovery, the old world noticed this new place over hell to the no. What happens is it's new to them. So because it's new to them and they're finding something and their discovery of it and then trying to switch things, it does not change the fact that this was already older than them, older than their existence, and when they were created, older than their existence before, when they were coming over as servitude and slavitude, so on and so forth, older than the existence of the reconstruction and changing of our heresy, trying to pretend that it's yours, all of that stuff. Like there's no way to deny any of our existence anywhere. It's too much proof about it. I mean, come on. I just had to, bust that lie about the Egyptians, y'all trying to even erase and chisel out, the proof of us, of what the hair, as I said, the heresy, the HAIR goes into the HEIR, 9 ether. Come on, don't play with us. Right? Let's start this part over right quick. I like this. I want y'all to hear it again from the beginning.
On the
really
6th
revealing,
of September 1620, in the mayoralty of Thomas Founds, after being kindly entertained and courteously used by divers friends their dwelling, the Pilgrim Fathers sailed from Plymouth in the Mayflower, in the providence of God, to settle in New Plymouth, and to lay the foundation of the New England States the ancient. Gauzy, whence they embarked, was destroyed not many years afterwards, but the site of their embarkation is marked by the stone bearing the name of the Mayflower in the pavement of the adjacent pier. This tablet was erected in the mayoralty of J.T. Bond, 1891, to commemorate their departure, and the visit to Plymouth in July of that year of a number of their descendants and representatives. These memorials were unveiled in 1891 in the presence of many Englishmen, and also many Americans, who journeyed to England to witness the ceremony. The embarkation of the pilgrims is shown in a painting in the House of Lords, London,
the House
an
of
engraving
Lords,
of which hangs in
London.
Pilgrim Hall, Plymouth,
You know where that's at.
Massachusetts. The little vessel of 180 tons after a tempestuous
But
voyage.
wait a minute, if we're talking about good old Europe, why isn't any of that mentioned? I'm just confused as to why isn't any of it mentioned. Okay, let's think about this. I mean, I gotta make you guys see common sense and what dumbasses can't try to make you believe something different, right? They journeyed to English to witness the ceremony the embarkation of the pilgrims is shown in the painting of the House of the Lords. So the pilgrims, and they're landing on Plymouth Rock, and it's at the House of the Lords, which is Plymouth, Massachusetts, Pilgrims Hall. So they're there. This is where they're at. Now let's picture the scene. Check this out. I want y'all to really, really see this shit. And if y'all can understand what I'm saying, I'll move on. Just put a 1 in the chat. Now let's ask this. Put a 1 in the chat to confirm you get what I'm saying. Okay. So it says the memorials that were unveiled in 1891 in the presence of many Englishmen, right? And it says, and also many Americans, many Englishmen and many Americans, a memorial to Englishmen and Americans. Now these two people combined, they're combining Englishmen, not European men, not Caucasians, not European, not the white, not the Queensmen's, not none of that shit. They try to say the queen, that's not really a queen over there. But either way, the Englishmen and the many Americans who are combined, and they journey to England. They journeyed to England to witness the ceremony. Oh, what was the ceremony? Okay, this was the embarkation of the pilgrims. They embarked, the embarkation of the pilgrims in their embarkment, right? And showing in a painting in the House of the Lord. Their embarkation was where? It was to the House of the Lord. This is where their embarkation was. It was at the House of the Lord. At the House of the Lord, they're embarking on this pilgrimage, and now they are getting this particular ceremony because of it, right? Now, an engraving on which hangs in Pilgrim's Hall, that's here at the House of the Lords, which would be Pilgrim's Hall, would be located around in the House of the Lords, right? And at that hall, which is where in Plymouth, where in Massachusetts, okay, we know Massachusetts is only here in America. There isn't another Massachusetts anywhere else, unless it's a small town or country somewhere we can't even think of. But when they're talking about this great embarkment, it would have to be the Massachusetts here in America, right? And it says that the little vessel of 180 ton vessel, after the tempestuous voyage of 67 days, damn, that voyage took 67 days. That's a long ass time to travel, right? From Europe to wherever they're talking about they're going to. Shit, Europe is just an island right on the other side, a little small ass island. It shouldn't take no longer than a couple of days to get to one place to the next, but that's neither here nor there. It says best described by these lines of dawn. They cast anchor in Cape Cod Harbor. Oh, Cape Cod Harbor, that's where. That's also in America. We do know that for sure. Like, we're positive of that, right? It says this was at the Providence Hall, right? The Providence town of on November the 11th. And it says that they were nobly the Mayflower bows, while the dark wave she plows on the west till the tempest rock on the west. Where's the west? Oh, we know that's not the north in Europe, right? We know that, right? On the west, proudly she lands her flight, where on old Plymouth Rock, freedom found rest. Freedom found rest. What freedom? Freedom from your captivity, right? Freedom from the things that you guys have come from, because now you were criminals and, you know, you guys were starving over there, killing each other, trying to find food. Now you're here at a place of freedom and servitude, in indentured servitude, like we read in the white indentured service of Virginia and the white indentured service that were in Georgia, and so on and so forth. So do you guys comprehend right here that if this is the voyage, right, at the House of the Lords of London in Massachusetts, we can't be talking about Europe. Please tell me y'all understand that. Can somebody tell me if y'all understand that? Okay, y'all do get me. Okay, thank you, Donna. Thank you, Chief. Somebody with me. I got a couple of y'all with me. We understand that the House of Lords of London, that's at Pilgrim Hall in Massachusetts, is all in America. Nowhere, as y'all know, nowhere in this book have we heard any mention of a Europe. Let's go.
Of 67 days, best described by these lines of Dawes, cast anchor in Cape Cod Harbor, Provincetown, on November 11th, OS, nobly the Mayflower bows while the dark wave she plows onto the west, till from the tempest's shock. Proudly she lands her flock where on old Plymouth Rock freedom found rest. Often the little ship could carry no sail whatever, and the constant strain bowed and cracked one of the main beams, and threatened to compel them to return to England, but fortunately the crew was able to repair the break. 100. From a photograph by Heath, Plymouth tablet, and inscription on the wall of the Barbican, Plymouth, England, recording the departure of the Mayflower, and 2, sometimes stated as 101, souls left Plymouth, England, and the same number reached our shores, though one of the original members died. On the way over, for one new life came into being in Cape Cod Harbor, Peregrine White, the first Englishman born in New England. In Pilgrim Hall are many articles used and worn by him. One of the passengers, John Howland, was washed overboard, but fortunately grabbed the topsail halyards and was hauled back on board the ship. Among the crew was a mariner described as being proud and profane, who was always making fun of the misery of the passengers, and assailing them for being seasick, declaring that he hoped half of the passengers would die, and that he might cast them overboard and make merry with their property. Of this incident a chronicler said, "It pleased God before they came half seas over, to smite this young man with a grievous disease, of which he died in a desperate manner, and so was himself yet first that was thrown overboard." We think of the Mayflower as having made this one voyage to New England, but she was the ocean packet of her day, plying continuously between this country and England. She was one of the 4 vessels that brought Higginson and his company to Salem in a landing flag, BDAE, from an old colored print under Plymouth Hoe and AI kindness EN Voorhees Roberson, ESQ Plymouth Hoe, Plymouth, England, as it must have looked at the time of the sailing of the Mayflower. 1629, and was also one of Winthrop's fleet the following year. Her record after that cannot be traced, but she hailed, at different times in her career, from London, Yarmouth, and Southampton. Dr. Harris of Manchester,
London and
England,
Southampton,
claims he has proved that she was used as a whale ship in the Greenland whale fishery up to the year 1654. It is a curious coincidence that the compact signed by the 41 male members of the company was executed on November 11th, now known as Armistice Day.
Not
This
executed.
compact and the names of the signers have been inscribed on a memorial tablet in the town hall yard at Provincetown, and on the front of the tablet appear these words: "This memorial stone is erected by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to commemorate the compact, or Constitution of Government, signed by the Pilgrims on board the Mayflower in Provincetown Harbor November 11th, 1620, old style." It is interesting to know that the seal of Provincetown has a picture of the scroll, upon which the compact was recorded, and on it are these words, "Compact. OOEESPFEMG MOES photographed for the State Street Trust Company by W.G. Stipp, tablet placed near the supposed
trust
landing
company.
place of the Pilgrims, at Provincetown, Massachusetts, November 11, 1620. Birthplace of American Liberty. Another tablet, shown above, marks the supposed first landing place of the Pilgrims and is inscribed as follows: "The first landing place of the Pilgrims,
The landing.
11, 1620. OS. The map in Mort's relation shows that near this spot the Pilgrims first touched foot on American soil, erected by the Research Club of Provincetown, 1917. The same organization is also planning to place a memorial on a boulder in the oldest cemetery, in memory of the 4 pilgrims who died while the Mayflower was anchored in the harbor. There is still another inscription on a wooden marker at the foot of Town Hill,
anchored in the harbor,
the place where the first washing
was done.
Hold on
now. Let's hear that again.
Gigantic was anchored in the harbor. 11, 1620. OS. The map in Mort's relation shows that near this spot the Pilgrims first touched foot on American soil, erected by the Research Club of Provincetown, 1917. This same organization is also planning to place a memorial on a boulder in the oldest cemetery, in memory of the 4 pilgrims who died while the Mayflower was anchored in the harbor. There is still another inscription on a wooden...
But hold on now, let's back up. Let's use a little bit of common sense again, guys. Now, if they were anchored in the harbor, right, that would mean there had to have been a port that was already there, stabilized, set up, like, you know, already moving shit, like, like, you know, a port that's probably been there for ancient times because they've been trading with the whole world forever, trying to help them out, you know, things like that. There would have to have been a port if they were anchored. Is that correct? Would I assume that if Plymouth Rock in their very, very, very first time landing on American soil, right? This is the first time you landed on American soil ever in your life. Any of your ancestors, nobody ever been over here. This is the first time y'all landed. So how, oh, maybe it was those ghosts, those dead people they were talking about earlier in the other book. Maybe those dead people, they came, they were the ones that set the port up because they knew, because they were dead people, they could see the future as well, walking to it, transparent because they're pure light. And they saw what was going on. They said, okay, so the Plymouth Rock are going to be coming in the 1600s. Let's go ahead and set up a port here so it's good and ready. So they're not struggling, because, you know, they had struggled enough when they came from no food, no soap, no water, living in feces. Let's make sure they're good to go. We're going to have a port ready for them. We're going to have houses built ready for them. We're going to have all this just ready for them. This was nothing to do with the people that were living there that would have created it, or none of that shit, right? I guess not. But yeah, let's listen up.
Marker at the foot of Town Hill, indicating the place where the first washing was done.
The
Plymouth,
first
the gigantic
washing.
Pilgrim Memorial
Your
Monument
dirty
in
ass.
Provincetown was dedicated in 1910 by President Taft, the cornerstone having been laid by President Roosevelt 3 years before. Miss Barbara Hoyt, a descendant of Elder Brewster, unveiled the tablet over the door facing the harbor, the inscription on it being as follows: on November 2st, 1620, NS, the Mayflower, carrying 102 passengers, men, women, and children, cast anchor in this harbor 67 days from Plymouth, England. On the same day, the 41.
But wait a minute, I thought when they first touched down and they came, they brought 100,000 slaves at first. I thought, you know, they came because they was prepared to build because they thought nothing was there. They were going to need all these slaves and shit, right? I thought they were so many people. I thought that's what they told y'all. I didn't know that it was only 102 people, right? That's what they're saying. Okay, right. The Mayflower, listen, carried 102 persons, men, women, and children, cast anchor in this harbor 67 days from Plymouth, England. Plymouth, England, which is in America. It took them 67 days. So where you came from, y'all had to come from damn Europe. Said if you left Plymouth, England, and you're arriving in damn America, which is the same place that you're leaving, right? It wouldn't take you 67 days, right? Why would it take you 67 days to come from New England to, you know, another place in Massachusetts, which is all part of Seneca Township? Why would it take you 67 days to go on that short ass trip? Okay, it took you that long from Europe because y'all didn't have any, you know, special equipment to help y'all. Y'all rowing a damn boat and shit. It took y'all all this time to get over there just so y'all can come through Toronto, what they call it now, Canada, Toronto, which is really part of Old England, all of Seneca. So when they came and they did that, this is what's happening. Oh, now we see, because it just wouldn't make sense for y'all to just be bringing 102 hungry ass people that's starving and dirty. Well, we got to set up a whole township to bathe y'all dirty ass.
Adult males in the company had solemnly covenanted and combined themselves together into a civil body politic. This body politic established and maintained on the bleak and barren edge of a vast wilderness estate without a king or a noble, a church, without a bishop or a priest, a democratic commonwealth, the members of which were straitly tied to all care of each other's good and of the whole by everyone. With long-suffering devotion and sober resolution, they illustrated for the first time in history the principles of civil and religious liberty and the practices of a genuine democracy. Therefore, the remembrance of them shall be perpetual in the vast republic that has inherited their ideals. The British ambassador was present at the laying of the cornerstone in 1907. Congress has recently passed an appropriation to be used in improving the approach to this Provincetown monument, to make other suitable improvements, and to provide for a worthy celebration this autumn and next summer in Southampton. 25 photographed for the State Street Trust Company by W.G. Stiff. Pilgrim Memorial Tower, Town Hill, Provincetown, Massachusetts, which is a landmark for many miles around, was erected to commemorate the landing of the Pilgrims at Cape Cod on the 11th day of November, 1620. Their anchoring in this harbor, the adoption in the cabin of the Mayflower, on the day of the arrival of the Compact of Government. The first charter of the
clowning, right, brother?
democratic government
They
in the
really
world's
clowning,
history.
right?
The birth year
This
of
shit
Peregrine
hilarious
White,
when you look at
the
it.
first
Really.
white child born in New England, the death of Dorothy Bradford, the wife of William Bradford, afterward governor of
There's a
Plymouth.
saying, man, I know what it is, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But it says something about when I was a child, I thought as a child. If anybody knows this saying, please put it in the chat. It says something about when I was a child, I thought like a child, but when I turned to a man, I thought like a man, or something in reference to that. And it says a few other little things. Anybody know that saying? Put it in the chat for me. This is the thinking, because it's like, dang, people have to look at their common sense they haven't really been able to use because their discernment's been off because of all the chemicals and the fluoride and the religions and telling you a slave and you was black and you a minority, making you think you a child. You don't know how to act like a grown-ass man or a woman because it's always instilled in you that you're an ignorant, dumb black child, a slave-ass child at that. So you've never had the gumption. So now that you know that's a lie, right? Is your discernment like kicking in right now? Like, so you can really see this shit for what it is? This is what I want to know. Let's go.
The explorations in search of a place for permanent colonizations, and the entire train of events which preceded the settlement at Plymouth. In this monument are set stones from
like
many Massachusetts towns which were founded,
you're not black or
directly
minor,
or indirectly, by these early pilgrims who landed in Provincetown. SII, SIS. EE photograph IHE FISU State S No Trust G Maya Plymouth Rock, Plymouth, Massachusetts, showing Coles Hill, the pilgrims' first burial ground. In the background,
I love you. I appreciate you.
The bones of some of the pilgrims are in the canopy over the rock. By George B. Brafton. Honor of the first landing place of the pilgrims on New England shores, so well described by William Cullen Bryant in a poem sung at the celebration of the 250th anniversary at Plymouth in 1870. Wild was the day, the wintry sea moaned sadly on New England's strand. When first the thoughtful and the free, our fathers, trod the desert land. While at Provincetown some of the more adventurous of the pilgrims explored along the inner shores towards Truro, which town is named after the English place of the same name, and encountered Indians several times. The account of their stay at Provincetown and their rough sail to Plymouth has been told many times, but it is not generally realized that this first voyage of investigation was made in a small shallop, and that later the explorers returned to Provincetown and advised their companions to bring the Mayflower to Plymouth, as being more suitable to their needs. It was on the 8th of December, O.S., Roth, N.S., that the pilgrims in their shallop reached their new destination, but it was 2 days later, the 11th of December, O.S., 21st, N.S., that historians agree the first landing party, called by Robert C. Winthrop the landing, stepped on Plymouth Rock, there being at the time a foot of snow on the ground. It is not always understood that there were many other landing parties on different days, and also that many of the pilgrims spent the whole winter on board the Mayflower, there not being enough buildings for them. Buildings so well described by these lines: his home was a freezing cabin too bare for the hungry rat, its roof was thatched with ragged grass, and bald enough of that. The hole that served for a casement was glazed with an ancient hat, and the ice was gently thawing from the log whereon he Saturday. Hundreds of people from all over the world have visited this historic rock, which has been proved to be the real one, and which is regarded with more veneration.
Look, he ain't even had, he ain't have enough food for the rat. The rat like, I'm out of here, nigga. You can't even give me a crumb here and there. Come on, y'all. Come on, listen, y'all.
Buildings for them. Buildings so well described by these lines: his home was a freezing cabin too bare for the hungry rat.
A log
its
cabin,
roof was thatched with ragged grass, and bald enough of that.
Together.
The hole that served for a casement was glazed with an ancient hat, and the ice was gently thawing from the log whereon he Saturday. Hundreds of people from all over the world have visited this historic rock, which has been proved to be the real one, and which is regarded with more veneration than any other in the world.
The real historic
rock. In 1775, it was decided to move it to Town Square as a defiance to the Tory element.
You hear this?
As it was thought it would
defiance to the Tory element.
But while trying to do so, the stone.
What I keep telling y'all about this Tory? Keeping in mind, I haven't brought it up in a while, but let's clarify something, right? The Tory, right, is their story. When you hear his story. It doesn't say his story like people think it says. It says his, His, Tory, Tory, his Tory. They're telling you right now about his Tory. A Tory is their story, putting the falsity and their political aim on the story for Reconstruction in the mind, the politic that they're using for that discernment, so on and so forth. So moving the rock. Why would y'all move the rock? Right? It was moved to the town square as a defiance to the Tory element. So that element must mean something important, right? It was thought that it would encourage the slackers during the war, right? So why would that be important when it comes to their Tory, right? Because the Tory is implanting of their story. Listen.
Split in two and only half was ever placed there. In 1834 this half was again moved in front of Pilgrim Hall, the names of the 41 signers of the Compact of November 11th being recorded on it. Both pieces of the rock in 1880 were placed together under the canopy. It is proposed by the Tercentenary Committee to lower the rock to its original position at the time of the landing, by removing the wharf and restoring the shoreline to its original shape. An interesting incident to mention was the transfer of the bones of 4 of the pilgrims who died during the early days of the colony and who 47F, EEFF and Bapespadarin CE Sug ETIRLBSAEA asterisk 25 photograph taken for the State Street Trust Company by George B. Braden Plymouth Rock. This rock will be lowered to the position it was in at the time of the landing. Were buried in the first burial ground on Coles Hill,
what that means?
Which is directly opposite the rock and the
That
landing
don't put y'all
place.
nowhere. Are you
These
crazy?
remains were dug up accidentally not long ago in
something?
making a road, and placed on Burial Hill, whence they were removed and are now in the chamber on top of the canopy over the rock. Some years later, in 1883, while grading Coles Hill, other remains were discovered and reinterred at the place of their original burial, over which is a stone slab, suitably inscribed. In this first burial ground 50 pilgrims were interred during the first year of the colony, reminding the visitor of the frightful hardships that resulted.
Hold on, just a quick reminder, you guys. Here go these natives, the recreation, reconstruction of the Tory, and the story of the enslaved natives that came from these different places. They may have been in servitude, they owed a debt, they had to go pay it off somewhere, so they ride off on the ship with one of these damn pirates, basically, and bring their A over to America, and they do what? What did I read to you guys in the myth, the mission, the women's mission? I want to get to this book in a second. I'm gonna have to show y'all these dames because this is kind of the same story, but I want to show you a few pictures in here. But when it comes to this, right? When they when they came over here, there is, damn, I got lost in my thought thinking about that book. I hate when that happens. I was telling y'all something important about this BS right here, and them trying to put themselves in there, but it'll come back. If not, it wasn't meant. Okay, so either way, let's finish reading this because I want to get to this next book about the dame so y'all can see that. I'll probably browse through this so y'all can see a little bit about this institution. So you guys are going to hear now. Remember, they told y'all that they landed in a new place, making a new creation, even though it's kings over there, the Indian kings specifically, but I want y'all to just hear this story. Check this out.
In the death of 44 persons in the first months of December,
I know what I was going to say. I'm sorry. The 50, it said the 50, they had the 50 people come in. It just told y'all, right? So remember, they had to have 50 people to set up a plantation. That was an agreement they had with the chiefs. The chief said, well, if y'all have 50 or more people, y'all can get a little plot of land and y'all can get something going set up. So the chief would let them come, they'll let them set up because they're trying to help them, we'll let them, y'all can use them as slaves, and this is going to be wonderful for you guys. We'll have them, y'all can show them how to till the land and how to do farming, and then they'll be able to help you as slaves. So now these people come over, they helping as slaves, the Indians let them come here and there, get a little of their land so that they can come and help them, so on and so forth. So as they do that, they start figuring out this is how they start impeding. We don't get the whole story because y'all already know what happened. They took over sooner or later. Start getting the plots of land, because remember the women's mission said They needed 50 people. If they had 50 people, so once they brought the 50 people, the Indians give them a plot of land. Then the Indians allow the pastor to become an anointed chief. He's now a self-appointed chief. So they give him a chief, anoint him as a chief of the tribe. So now they have this fake tribe. So we'll say they're a Cherokee, a Creek, whatever these 5 tribes were. They were one of these tribes that was set up under them. They had different tribes under those particular ones, right? So now, when we're looking at this, and remember, I showed you guys in the book, the American Indian book, it showed y'all which ones were federal tribes, you know, so on and so forth. The ones that were agents, all of that, we looked at. So this has to be clear to y'all, like seriously. I mean, really. So here it is again. I want you guys to just continue on here that remember that they were setting these reservations up. And this is how we have reservations today that have continued to grow because they had our governors had given them the allowance to give these people the placement and make them honorary tribe members. But what they did, they turned around and removed your ass. They just kicked you out of the shit. Even though you allowed them to come here, build up from nothing. They didn't have a damn seed in their damn hand. They built up from nothing, right? Over here with you. Off of your grace and goodness, you know, yeah, you know, we use some of the slaves, but hey, they owed the debt and they was paying it off. Did nothing big. So now they came over and they set up, you know, under the system that we helped to provide them some assistance, like, you know, giving them a little welfare and shit, you know, helping them out because we had the governors that was already running. And now they come and say, we're going to turn around and kick their ass out. Because see, once they done let so many in over a couple of 100 years, shit, they done turned the train on you. They took y'all names off. They done took your names over. Now they done put themselves in place of you. They done displaced the land. The story goes on and on. Shit, must I go on and on? I won't, but let's go.
And March. At the top of the steps on Coles Hill, the visitor can see a tablet which was placed there in 1917 by the descendants of James Cole, in his memory. He was born in London in 1600, was the first settler on this hill, in 1633,
Yep.
and died in Plymouth in 1692. It is hoped that funds will be provided to make a more suitable memorial of this hill, which will always be a hallowed spot for both Americans and English. Man. It has been decided to place the statue of the Indian King Massasoit on, from the Pilgrim Fathers,
That part, brother.
by Arthur Hall, Virtue & Co., London,
That's right.
1853, Burial Hill, Plymouth, Massachusetts, the second burial ground of the Pilgrims. Governor Bradford's monument is
I want
shown
to make
at the
sure y'all
left of
heard
the
that
center.
last part. Hold on, this part.
He was born in London. At the top of the steps on Coles Hill, the visitor can see a tablet which was placed there in 1917 by the descendants of James Cole, in his memory. He was born in London in 1600, was the first settler on this hill, in 1633, and died in Plymouth in 1692. It is hoped that funds will be provided to make a more suitable memorial of this hill, which will always be a hallowed spot for both Americans and English. Men. It has been decided to place the statue of the Indian King Massasoit on.
Oh, the king.
From
Hold
the
on, not the
Pilgrim
Indian
Fathers,
king.
by Arthur Hall,
Not the Indian
Virtue
king. I
&
don't
Co.,
think y'all heard that
London,
prior, so I want to make sure you heard it again. Let's go one more
Burial
time.
Man. It has been decided to place the statue of the Indian King
The
Massasoit
Indian
on.
king.
From
Oh.
the Pilgrim Fathers,
Oh,
Arthur Hall,
king.
Virtue & Co.,
Okay.
London, 1853, Burial Hill, Plymouth, Massachusetts, the second burial ground of the Pilgrims. Governor Bradford's monument is shown at the left of the center of the picture. Its summit. This hill was sown and continually leveled to conceal the awful loss of life both from the colonists and from the Indians.
Listen.
The most inspiring place in Plymouth is the second cemetery used by the Pilgrims, on Burial Hill, the first cemetery in New England, so well described by Reverend John Pierpont in a poem read at the celebration at Plymouth on December. Its summit.
Crazy.
This hill was sown and continually leveled to conceal the awful loss of life both from the colonists and from the Indians. The most inspiring place in Plymouth is the second cemetery used by the Pilgrims, on Burial Hill, the first cemetery in New England, so well described by Reverend John Pierpont in a poem read at the celebration at Plymouth on December 22, 1824, part of which was as follows: The Pilgrim Fathers are at rest, when summer's throned on high, and the world's warm breast is in verdure dressed. Go, stand on the hill where they lie, the earliest ray of the golden day. On that hallowed spot is cast, and the evening sun as he leaves the world, looks kindly on that spot last. Here are marked by oval stone slabs the old fort and also the watch house, which were placed on the hill for protection, the sites of which are marked but will ably be made more discernible during this year. In this old cemetery are the Governor William Bradford Monument, and for his sons 2 tombstones, no doubt brought from England like many of the others. Here is the oldest gravestone, dated 1681, in memory of Edward Grey. Here also is probably the oldest grave. That of John Howland, the last man of the Mayflower to die in Plymouth, the Cushman Monument, and also
Cushman
many other
Monument.
graves of great interest, too numerous to mention. The first
The
church,
Cushman
which
Monument.
is situated
Make
at
sure
the
y'all
foot
heard
that of
that.
John Howland, the last man of the Mayflower to die in Plymouth, the Cushman Monument, and also many other
Cushman
graves of great
Monument.
interest, too numerous to mention.
The
The
Cushman
first church,
Monument.
which is situated at the foot of Burial Hill, records on a tablet at the entrance. The Lyra for the State Street Trust Company by George B. Brayton Pilgrim Monument at Plymouth, Massachusetts. Froma Print I in 7H All, Piv South, Massachusetts,
Look,
by Card B. Ben
freaking
remains of the wreck
pilgrims.
of the English vessel Sparrowhawk, wrecked
Fucking
off Orleans,
serious.
Cape Cod, in 1626 and discovered in 1863. The frame of the hull as seen above is now in Pilgrim Hall, Plymouth, Massachusetts.
So this
It's
the boat.
interesting.
Hold on, y'all. This the boat that held 150 people. And it traveled for how many days? They said it held 150 people, and 162 people. My bad. It had 162 people, and they traveled for 167 days. No, they traveled for 60 something days. Right? That's the boat. That's the boat right there, y'all. Like for real, really. Is that the story they're gonna feed us? Look at this. Look at this boat. So y'all had 150 people on this boat. Y'all had food, y'all had water, y'all had all the supplies y'all knew y'all was gonna need when y'all came to this new land and y'all was gonna plan to build. You know, y'all got all of everything. The Queen sent y'all ready. You know, all that. So this the ship that y'all came on with 100 some damn people. The land on Plymouth Rock at the port for sure. That's what y'all gonna tell us. Who believe it? Anybody believe that shit in the chat? I just want to know if y'all believe it. Let's go.
Relic was exhibited on Boston Common in 1865. The Church of Screwby, Leyden, and the Mayflower gathered on this hillside in 1620, has ever since preserved unbroken records and maintained a continuous ministry, its first covenant being still the basis of its fellowship. In reverent memory of its pilgrim founders, this fifth meeting house was erected A.D. Duxbull. Numerous windows in the church commemorate events connected with the Stogy of the Pilgrims.
The Cushite.
The large pilgrim monument at Plymouth, to which 11,000 persons contributed,
That's what they just
was
said.
begun in 1859, but was not dedicated until 1889. On its sides are graphically portrayed the departure of the pilgrims from Delfshaven, the signing of the compact, the landing, and the treaty with
The
Massasoit.
landing.
The statue
sound
of
like
Faith
y'all
was
going to Mars or
contributed by
some
the
shit,
late Oliver
supposedly,
Ames
right?
of Boston. The names of the passengers are on the monument, and also an inscription stating
think
that
I
it is a
showed y'all
national
that
monument to the
in one of the
forefathers
bills
erected
recently.
by a grateful people in
They
remembrance
names.
of their labors, sacrifices, and sufferings for the cause of civil and religious liberty. Pilgrim Hall, erected in memory of the Pilgrims, will be one of the great points of attraction during the approaching celebration. The cornerstone was laid in 1824, the hall itself being later rebuilt by J. H. Stickney, formerly of Baltimore, Maryland.
My goodness.
In this building are a number of pictures of Plymouth, England, and From the Pilgrim Fathers, by Arthur Hall, Virtue & Co., London, 1853, Leyden
Okay,
Street,
y'all, I
Plymouth,
just want to
Massachusetts.
understand, right? I'm sorry, but I need to understand something. So if y'all came on that small ass boat with all those people with the little bit of supplies that y'all could fit on there, all the stuff y'all needed to build, y'all was able to build all this. This is what y'all built? Really? Y'all built these steeples and, you know, all this. Y'all came, y'all built all of this. Or is this something y'all just kind of walked into, like, you know, because, you know, the Indians was allowing y'all and the Indians were giving y'all supplies because y'all were building each of these plantations, right? Because see, when y'all had y'all little 50 people, then y'all were able to build the little plantations, get a little plot of land, because see, these are put into like a plot of land. See, this is not a lot of space. You know, it might look like, oh wow, they had this large area, but see, this is like a plot of land or so, right here, with all these little small buildings that's close built together, little wooden sheds and shit, because you know, y'all just getting here. We're gonna build y'all something quick. We can't build y'all no stone mason buildings like we got, like our ancestors left us. Y'all can't come living in our big houses, you feel me? But we'll help y'all build something. So we got plenty of wood, plenty of trees. You know, we can help y'all get something together. Come on, let's go. So we'll give y'all a plot of land, you know, give y'all little honorary tribe, so on and so forth. Yeah, you see them? Y'all see them, right? Let's make sure y'all see them. Y'all see them good, right? Y'all see this one right here. See, this ain't no pale skin. I want to make sure y'all understand that too. This ain't no pale skin right here, okay? These black natives too. These black natives, they ain't all white, y'all. They not the white tea people. Look, y'all see the hair. Y'all see the hair wrapped up, but y'all see this woman. She walking with her little Plymouth man, and here she go. Look, y'all see this woman. Y'all see her clothing. Y'all see her hair, right? I don't know if you can see it great, but you should be able to see it good enough. Y'all see her. Listen, y'all see her. Y'all see her, right? She got her hair, you know, the little girl walking with her dad. Y'all see it. Y'all see it. These was, you know, some black natives, you know, from my perspective. I don't know what y'all see, but, you know, I got a good eye. I got a very good eye. So let's go.
As it looked about the middle of the 19th century. Also many treasures in the way of curiosities that form interesting connecting links between the old and new worlds. In this hall is the frame of the sparrowhawk, one of the most interesting and wonderful relics in this country, which was exhibited in 1865 on Boston Common. This little English vessel, of about a quarter less tonnage than the Mayflower, was wrecked off Orleans, on Cape Cod, 6 years after the Mayflower first came to this country, her company finding refuge in Plymouth, Massachusetts. The Sparrowhawk is the first English vessel known to have been stranded on Cape Cod. 237 years later, a violent storm revealed the frame, consisting of old ribs, which was dug up and presented to Pilgrim Hall by Charles W. Livermore of Providence, Rhode Island. The rudder was presented by John Doane. Other relics in the hall that are of particular interest are bricks from the wharf in Delfshaven, from which the Speedwell sailed, the departure of the Mayflower from Southampton, photographed from the picture in Town Hall, Southampton, England, portrait of Edward Winslow, probably painted by Robert Walker in London in 1651, on one of Winslow's visits to England, Governor Bradford's Bible, the ancient sword of Miles Standish, the chair of Governor Winslow made in Cheapside, London, in 1614, also the chairs of Elder Brewster and Governor Carver, a model of the Mayflower, the construction of which was passed upon by Capt. R.B. Forbes of Boston. Paintings is Charles Lucy's departure from Delfshaven, which won the first prize of 1,000 guineas at an exhibition in London. Other interesting relics are too numerous even to mention. Leyden Street, which runs from the shore near the rock to the foot of Burial Hill, was originally called First Street, and then known by the names of Great and Broad Streets. It was not called by its present name until 1823. There first was heard the welcome strain of axe and hammer, saw, and plane. About 1/3 of the way up the street on the left is the first, or common, house erected on the street, which bears an interesting inscription. This tablet is erected by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to mark the site of the first house built by the Pilgrims. In that house on February 27, 1621 NS, the right of popular suffrage was exercised and Miles Standish was chosen captain by a majority vote. On or near this spot April 1st, 1621 the memorable treaty with Massasoit was made. Another fact of interest to both Americans and Britons was the return in 1897 by R.T. Reverend Mandell Creighton, Bishop of London, of the original history of the Plymouth Plantation, written by William Bradford, which is now in the Massachusetts State Library, the gift having been made through Minister Baird. But why is it in the Massachusetts State Library
if it's England? Oh yeah, England. I forgot that is Massachusetts shit. We ain't talking about Europe here. Okay.
Many more connecting links between. Photograph taken for the State Street Trust Company by George B. Braden. Present view of Leyden Street, showing site of the first house in Plymouth,
Crazy.
Massachusetts, where Miles Standish was chosen
Oh,
captain
stop.
February
Here.
27, 1621. This street was originally called First Street and later by the names of Great and Broad Streets. It was named Leyden Street in 1823. A copy of the inscription on this house is shown on page 33. The two Plymouths, but the fact that the Pilgrims sailed from the English town of this name seems to have been sufficient to keep alive the friendship between the two places. There have been a number of visits of prominent persons to our Plymouth,
Really?
chief of which perhaps was that of the Lord Bishop of Winchester,
Oh,
RT.
yeah.
Reverend Ethelbert Talbot, who laid the cornerstone of the new Christ Church in our Plymouth in Tortu.
Uh-huh.
At another celebration held in 1853, an invitation was sent to the pastor of the Pilgrim Church at Southwark,
Oh,
London,
yeah.
but
Fake
his
ass
extreme
tribe
age
members.
prevented his acceptance. An interesting letter, however, was received from the Burgo
From the
master,
Virgo.
aldermen, and councillors of Delfshaven, Netherlands. During the festivities, English and Dutch flags were flown beside that of our country. Few people, we believe, know that Plymouth was not named by the Pilgrims,
Uh-oh.
but was so called by Prince Charles,
Uh-oh.
afterwards Charles II, and placed by Capt.
Oh.
John Smith on his map 6 years before, while he was in command of an from Pilgrim
Oh, they
Fathers,
is crazy.
or the founders
They're
of New
crazy,
England in
guys.
the
They're
reign
crazy.
of James I, by W. H. Bartlett Delfshaven, Holland, the port from which the Pilgrims sailed for Southampton, England, just previous to their voyage to New England. Expedition fitted out under the patronage of Sir Ferdinando Gorges, who was the governor of the castle in Old Plymouth. Another curious fact is that the word pilgrim was not used in connection
The
with
new
these
Christ
early
Church.
Plymouth settlers until about 170 years after the landing. The relation of the Indians to the pioneers at Plymouth will always be of great interest, and from these well-known lines it would appear as if the settlers were in constant fear of attacks. So once, for fear of Indian beating, our grandsires bore their guns to meeting, each
Oh,
man
yeah.
equipped on Sunday morn with psalm book, shot, and powder horn, and looked in form as all must grant, like th ancient true church militant, or fierce like modern deep divines, who fight with quills like porcupines. From Coffin's History. The most remarkable event in this connection occurred in the following March, when some of the colony met the Indian Samoset, who saluted them in good English and bade them welcome.
Oh,
This chief was
hold
one
on.
of-
He saluted them in what? In good who? Oh, not an Indian, not the good old savage speaking English. Not only was he speaking English, but they said he was speaking what? Good English, right? Does that make sense to you? He would have to be an English Indian, huh? A good old English Indian. Let's make sure you guys heard that
The
clearly for
most
your damn self.
remarkable event in this connection occurred in the following March, when some of the colony met the Indian Samoset, who saluted them in good English and bade them welcome. This chief was one of the 5 Indians taken to London by Captain Weymouth a few years before, and while there he had picked up some of the language. On this occasion at
Traveling,
Plymouth the Pilgrims
like we do.
entertained Samoset a day and gave him presents, and a few days later he returned with his friend Squanto, who had lived in Cornhill, London, and who always remained on friendly terms with the colonists. The
Friendly
great
with him.
Sagamore
They
Massasoit
don't help
also
them.
came at the same time and made friends with the Englishmen, and on the first Thanksgiving in the New World he and some of his redskins were guests of the Pilgrims, a scene which has been depicted in a painting in Pilgrim Hall. This friendship between Massasoit and the colonists was further strengthened by Edward Winslow, when at Bristol, Rhode Island, he visited the Indian king, who was desperately
The
ill,
Indian
though able
king.
to grasp the Englishman's hand and to say, "Oh Winslow, I shall never see thee again." Medicine was administered and he recovered, remaining always a firm friend of the Englishman. Winslow, in addition to his other good qualities, is described as being a splendid horseman,
Good
for a
old
story is
king.
told of him that while attending a sequish in Plymouth Harbor with 2 friends he fell asleep, and when he woke up, to his surprise he found that his friends had ridden away, and that the tide had risen. He is said to have swum his horse across the channel, whereupon he took a short cut, and had a bowl of punch ready to greet his fellow countrymen when they arrived somewhat later. Visitors to the Tercentenary will also visit the nearby attractive town of Duxbury, the home of Miles Standish, so called for
Miles
Duxbury Hall
Standish.
in Lancashire, England, the home of his ancestors, and they will also visit the Standish Monument, his grave, and his spring. As the pilgrims of 1920 stand on Coles Hill or Burial Hill and gaze at Plymouth Harbor, let them remember that 300 years before, when the Mayflower, on April 5, 1621, after 110 days' stay, returned to England, not one passenger went back in her, not one soul that would not refuse to exchange the hardships in the New World for the luxuries and comforts in the Old World, and let the modern pilgrims make a vow to preserve the honor and integrity of this country,
Oh,
given to us by our English ancestors through such untiring determination. In the words of the Latin,
let me hear that
exchange the
again.
heart,
Hold on,
as the
y'all.
pilgrims of 1920 stand on Coles Hill or Burial Hill
1920.
and gaze at Plymouth
So
Harbor,
early.
let them remember that 300 years before, when the Mayflower, on April 5, 1621,
Starving asses.
after 110 days' stay, returned to England, not one passenger went back in her, not one soul that would not refuse to exchange the hardships in the New World for the luxuries and comforts in the Old World, and let the modern pilgrims make a vow to preserve the honor and integrity of this country, given to us by our English ancestors through such untiring determination. In the words of the
How is it they English ancestors? They really are playing. This is the trickery part, right? They're trying to make you think they're talking about the Europeans and the England right here, but they're not. Because we already know that the kings, it told y'all that the Indian kings, it gave you the reference to the Indian kings that were in the area, the Massachusetts being London. Now, don't try to switch it up now. Don't try to make the story sound like something else, because we already on to it. But let's make sure we get that, because it's telling you that. But they refuse to go back and exchange hardships in the New World for the luxuries and comforts in the Old World. So it's a luxuries and comforts in the Old World. So the Old World is where? It said they had it hard back where they were at. So how could it be the luxury and comfort in the Old World unless they come out here, right? Am I like tripping? Y'all get that? Or like, am I tripping? I want to make sure. I mean, I ain't 100% right on everything, but I'm pretty sure I understood that. So if anybody understands it like I do, just, put a 1 in the chat or clarify for me. Say, nah, sis,
Latin inscription on
explain it.
Governor
Let's go.
Bradford's monument on Burial Hill, do not basely relinquish what the fathers
Am I
with
tripping?
difficulty attained. We shall always esteem the people of Old Plymouth, who, we are told, showed every kindness to these strangers within their gates.
See?
For curiously
See?
enough, not one of those on the Mayflower hailed from there.
Let's see that again.
In the words of the Latin inscription on Governor Bradford's monument on Burial Hill, do not basely relinquish what the fathers with difficulty attained. We shall always esteem the people of Old Plymouth, who, we are told, showed every kindness to these strangers within their gates. For curiously enough, not
Old Plymouth.
one of
They
those
said
on the
it was
Mayflower
2
hailed
Plymouth.
from
Hold
there.
on. Back it up.
Since the
I want
Pilgrims sailed, there have been many changes
sorry,
in this
y'all.
attractive
I'm
English
talking.
port.
I don't want to back it up too far, but remember they just said it was 2 Plymouth. Now this just said the Old Plymouth, the people from the Old Plymouth. So when they try to say Plymouth Rock, oh, we landed on Plymouth Rock. Y'all landed on Plymouth Rock because it was already Plymouth Rock. Y'all made a new creation of a new Plymouth Rock. That's why y'all moved the ancient stone. Remember, it just told y'all about 3 pages back. They moved the ancient stone, moving the ancient stone, showing you, boom. Now we're creating our story, reconstruction of a story that they wanted to fit. They shit. Y'all feel me? Y'all with me? I hope y'all be with me. I swear I'll be trying to make sure I show y'all and I'm referencing the correct books. We want to get to the Dames next and another book. I've been on here for almost 3 hours. I might could do another long one today, but we're going to see how I'm feeling in a minute after I get to this next book. But let's go. Let's go. This is very important to understand. Did I put that in the chat? Let me double check. I don't know if I did or not. Yeah, I did. Okay, so let's go.
Often called the Deep Sea Venice, but there still exists the old church of St. Andrew, the massive.
The old church of
St. Andrew. Pound asterisk wall underscore AEIE free or residential OTOO. Lee photograph copyrighted International Film Service from the Landmark, the magazine of the English-speaking Union. The arrival of the NC4 at Plymouth, England. The reception of the airmen of the NC4 at the Barbican, where they were greeted by the mayor standing on the Mayflower stone from which the Pilgrim Fathers sailed in 1620. Commander Red is on the left of the line of airmen, nearest the mayor. The NC-4 made the first air flight across the Atlantic, stopping at the Azores, and at Lisbon, Portugal, finally landing in Plymouth Harbor, England. Tower of which was built in 1460, and there is also standing part of the old castle, a dead remnant of the
Old
past,
castle.
which gave hospitality to the pilgrims, the advanced
Well,
part
what
of this
old castle
fortress.
would that be? What old castle could they possibly be talking about in this brand new damn world? That kind of sounds oxymoronic to me, right? When I'm thinking about something that's oxymoronic, it makes me think that how can you have one thing that means one thing and something that means something else, and you're trying to combine them together and saying it's the same thing, but it can't fucking be, right? Let's go back. I want y'all to make sure y'all heard that stupid ass shit they just tried to pull over on your head.
Commander Reddit,
Let's make
C4
sure.
at Plymouth, England. The reception of the airmen of the NC-4 at the Barbican, where they were greeted by the mayor standing on the Mayflower stone from which the Pilgrim Fathers sailed in 1620. Commander Red is on the left of the line of airmen, nearest the mayor. The NC-4 made the first air flight across the Atlantic, stopping at the Azores, and at Lisbon, Portugal, finally landing in Plymouth Harbor, England. Tower of which was built in 1460, and there is also standing part of the old castle.
The castle of
remnant of the
1460, but shit, y'all
which-
didn't get here to 16 something. So what they got to do with y'all? And if it was something that was there 200 some years prior to y'all, that shit must have been there way before then. And then they talking about old castles. So the old castles that's been there for how freaking long?
Gave hospitality to the pilgrims. The advanced part of this fortress is called the Barbican, from which the Mayflower sailed. The old Hoe Gate, through which the voyagers to the New World must have passed, was unfortunately demolished in 1863. The Guildhall has many stained glass windows depicting scenes in Plymouth's history, one of which represents the departure of the Pilgrims. From this same port sailed several of the Raleigh expeditions to colonize Virginia, which was at that time called Raleighana. From there also in 1603 set sail the Gilbert explorers to Chesapeake Bay, and into this harbor returned Gosnold, Weymouth, and the Popham colony. From there, too, in 1572 Drake set out on his famous voyage.
Not the
And also
Chesapeake
many
Indian.
fishermen sailed from this port to the New England coast in the early days. The most recent event of universal importance was the
Look.
transatlantic flight of Commander Red of the American Navy
Look at
in
this
his
crap.
biplane.
Look at these hungry ass people they done brought up here, try to build them up, give them a place, just helping them out. Just look. Just look. The Navy, the Army, all set sail. Ooh, good old Navy and Army. All a part of the commerce game. Let's get it. Look. All the people that's investing, who's doing this? Who's, blah, blah, blah. I can't stand these stupid ass people. Look, let me show you. Oh, it's coming. Okay, let's go.
And
Because I'm finna get to the other book.
C4, from Halifax to Plymouth, England, with stops on the way. With him was James L. Breeze of New York. Off the breakwater of the English port, Reed and his crew were escorted into the harbor by British seaplanes flying the Stars and Stripes and the Union Jack. It was a dramatic coincidence that Plymouth should have been chosen for the landing, and it was still
For the
more
landing.
dramatic that the mayor of Plymouth
For the
should have
landing.
received the American airmen on the Barbican on the exact spot from which the Mayflower sailed 299 years before on a voyage of quite a different character. It is no wonder that sailors are especially fond of this port, which has meant so much in the history of the two worlds, and they have many songs that tell of their dear Plymouth town and their dear Plymouth Sound. These few lines written by Drayton also call to mind the importance of the seaport. Upon the British coast, what ship yet ever came that not of Plymouth hears, where those brave navies lie, from cannons thundering throats that all the world defy. This seaport on the river Plym, from which it gets its name, is well described in these words of Carrington: how oft by fancy led. Sweet Plym, at morn, or eve, I stray with thee, but chief at shadowy eve, I linger where the ocean weds thee, and delighted view, proud rising o'er the vast Atlantic surge, thine own thy Plymouth, nurse of heroes, her who bears thy noble name. Plymouth was called by the Saxons
Noble
Tamerworth,
name. The
and later on it
Saxons?
became known as Sutton, or Southtown. In the time of Queen Elizabeth it became the chief port of England, and Devonshire became the most important county. The latest exchange of greetings between Plymouth, England, and Plymouth, Massachusetts, took place June 24, 1920.
That
when
part
A.N.
says
Hollyley,
everyone is a
official
painting.
representative of Plymouth, England, after being conducted to Plymouth Rock where he was formally welcomed, and then proceeding to the town square, presented to the Board of Selectmen of the Massachusetts town the following set of resolutions commemorating the tercentenary. Dunstan, Mayor, at a meeting of the Council of the Borough of Plymouth held on Monday, the 12th day of April, 1920. We, the Mayor, Aldermen and Burgesses of the Borough of Plymouth in Council assembled send sincere and hearty greetings to the S9 electmen, Plymouth, Massachusetts, United States of America, on the occasion of the tercentenary of the sailing of the Mayflower from the Barbican, Plymouth, England. A print owned by a Boston collector Ferrati and the collection of J.H. Sears, Essex, England. The walls of Southampton, England. Our records show that on this 6th day of September,
I'm just so
16
done. I'm just so done. I'm just so done. And it shows how stupid they is. They think we so stupid because they dumb. They think, oh, this makes sense. This right here makes a lot of sense to me. They'll believe it. Yeah, we'll just put it. Look, come on. Look. This is them coming up on the land that's got all this stuff. Look. Cast. Look at this big ass. Just look at the castles and stuff. There's tons of them. You mean to tell me y'all came there in 100 years and y'all built these big giant ass structures? Because these castles, when you say castles, we talking about big, huge castles. I don't know if y'all seen the castle before in your life. I lived in the castle before, basically. I don't know if you guys really seen a castle, but like they're humongous. Like literally, you can go from one side yelling and shit. You be hearing your echo and stuff. Like it's crazy. They're beautiful. It's so high, the ceilings are high and big. Then you go to the next level, it's the same thing. You have a big foyer, then you can be able to go through 2 or 3 other rooms. Like literally, look how huge these castles are. Y'all see them. Now, if you're getting here, how the hell is this stuff here already? Like, come on, y'all. Let's make this make so much sense. And these little ass boats that y'all bringing around the damn camp, like, just don't make no sense to me. Just don't make no sense to me. The walls of Southampton, England. Southampton, England. Southampton, England. Oh, England, really? Okay. All right. I just think I won't use common sense on this page and go along with y'all narrative, but let's carry on.
20. During the mayoralty of Thomas Towns, after being kindly entertained and courteously used by divers friends their dwelling, the Pilgrim Fathers sailed from Plymouth in the Mayflower in the Providence of God to settle in New Plymouth and to lay the foundation of the New England states. Even before the sailing of the Mayflower, many expeditions sailed from this ancient borough on voyages of discovery. Notably in 1562-4-6-7 Sir John Hawkins to the West Indies, in 1570 Sir Humphrey Gilbert to North America, in 1575 John Oxenham to Mexico, in 1577 Sir Francis Drake in the Pelican on his tour of circumnavigation, in 1583 Sir Humphrey Gilbert to Newfoundland, and Sir Richard Grenville to Virginia, in 1587 Sir Walter Raleigh's expedition to Virginia under John White, and in 1607 the first settlers in New England who landed at the mouth of the Kennebec. Coming to recent times, your late ambassador, Drive W. Hines Page, an honorary freeman of Plymouth, made his great pronouncement in the Plymouth Guildhall, on the 3rd anniversary of the declaration of war, with reference to the glorious entry of the United States into the war for the freedom of the world.
Freedom of the world.
Great satisfaction, recall that.
Let's just let the hold on. Hold the hell on.
Last year we had
go back.
Coming to recent times. Your late ambassador, Drive W. Hines Page, an honorary freeman of Plymouth, made his great pronouncement in the Plymouth Guildhall, on the 3rd anniversary of the declaration of war, with reference to the glorious entry of the United States into the war for the freedom of the world.
Oh, shit.
With great satisfaction, we recall that.
Coming to the recent times, your late ambassador, Dr. W. Hines Page, an honorary freeman. Listen. It says an honorary freeman, so we know who they're talking about. An honorary freeman of Plymouth made his great pronouncement in Plymouth Guide Hall. Obviously, they're talking about the ancient Plymouth, not the new one. When they trying to tell you a new world, but they got the new Plymouth. Okay, either way. On the third anniversary of the Declaration of War, they had a declaration of war with reference to the glorious entry of the United States into the war for the freedom of the world. Who the hell made the United States Corporation responsible for the freedom of the world? Oh, they thought they was responsible when they created the embassy, when they created the UN, when they created the embassy so that they can start trading our shit out using the New England, the Dutch company, the New India trading company, and using all these places. That's what they thought gave them the authority, huh? I guess that would give them the authority by their thinking, because they tried to take over as usual. But no, that's not how it goes. But let's carry on.
During the war, Plymouth was an American naval base of considerable importance.
Naval
Last
base.
year, we had the honor of
Trade
welcoming
base.
at the historic Barbican your seaplane, the NC-4, on the completion of the first transatlantic flight. We rejoice to have this opportunity of giving expression to the feelings of friendship and goodwill which have for so long bound together our two countries, and to express the confident hope that our historical associations will ever be cherished to the great advantage of both nations. In conclusion, we hail our sister town of New Plymouth, and hope that her future may be one of unbroken peace and prosperity.
Oh my God.
Given under our corporate common seal, Lovett R. Dunstan, Mayor. E.J. Liritz, Town Clerk. This greeting, in a handsome gilt frame, is now in the historic Old Townhouse of Plymouth, Massachusetts. There are two other Plymouths in New England, one in Maine and one in Vermont, the latter being the birthplace of Hon. Calvin Coolidge, Governor of Massachusetts. Southampton is an ancient walled town on the Test and Doddigan rivers, the latter the river of Isaac Walton. Dunstan, Mayor. E.J. Liritz, Town Clerk. This greeting, in a handsome gilt frame, is now in the historic Old Townhouse of Plymouth, Massachusetts. There are two other Plymouths in New England, one in Maine and one in Vermont, the latter being the birthplace of Hon. Calvin Coolidge, Governor of Massachusetts. Southampton is an ancient walled town on the Test and Doddigan rivers, the latter the river of Isaac Walton. On every side the modern pilgrim sees relics of the past, for
relics
part
of
the
the
old
past.
wall built in 1338 that
Relics
once
of the
enclosed
past.
the town is still intact, and the west
You
gate
don't
leading
say.
down
Say
to
that
the
again.
quay from which Calvin Coolidge, Governor of Massachusetts. Southampton is an ancient walled town on the Test and Doddigan rivers,
Ancient.
the latter the river of Isaac Walton.
What?
On every side the modern pilgrim sees relics of the past.
Relics
For
of who
part the old
passed?
wall
Not
built in
theirs.
1338 that once enclosed the town is still intact, and the west gate leading down to the quay from which the Mayflower sailed looks much the same as it did in 1620 when the pilgrims passed through it, which they must have done many times during their sojourn there. Bargate, a marvelous relic of olden times, has been restored and now bears a statue of King George III arrayed, oddly enough, as a Roman emperor. The Mayflower and the Speedwell sailed past the platform with its battery of guns, past Netley Castle, where the Earl of Hertford entertained Queen Elizabeth, and then into the Solent, past Hurst Castle and the Needles into the Channel. The old castle of Southampton, where long ago King Stephen reigned, has long since gone, but the
Oh,
ruins
King
are carefully
Stephen, huh?
preserved. From an old
Okay.
great kindness,
We hear
Ian
you.
Forbes Robertson, ESQ. Westgate, Southampton. Southampton has always been a great England seaport, but its
Oh,
most romantic trade
hold
off
on.
and
You don't
Napier's Eating
say.
skirt during the 13th, 14th,
The fuck?
15th, and
Stop
part of the
playing with
16th
us.
centuries,
Stop
when the
playing with us.
Venetians brought spices, Indian cotton, silks,
Indian
and other
cotton,
commodities to the port.
Indian silk.
These expeditions
Let's
were
go back.
organized.
Let's go
Westgate,
back.
the old castle of Southampton, where long ago King Stephen reigned, has long since gone, but the ruins are carefully
Yeah, he's
preserved.
picking it all up.
From an old print kindness, Ian Forbes Robertson, ESQ. Westgate, Southampton. Southampton has always been a great England seaport,
Oh, don't
but
it?
its most romantic trade octave and Napier's has occurred during the 13th, 14th, 15th, and part of the 16th
13,
centuries, when
14,
the Venetians
15.
brought spices, Indian cotton, silks,
Oh.
and other commodities
Oh,
to
really?
this port. These expeditions were organized by the Venetian.
Come on. Come on. Do y'all see this? I'm mad this thing not letting me it's highlighting everything from there. Let me just go from here from King Stephen and see, because it's just highlighting the whole thing. I'm mad. I was trying to get that particular part. But we're gonna settle for this. Let's see how I look in the chat. But y'all see it for yourself. I ain't gotta keep reading and saying shit to y'all when I could just let the book tell you. And Sister Soul ain't making shit up. She ain't just telling y'all nothing. From the old print, this is the South Gate, Southampton. When they were standing there looking at the old building, like, wow, never seen structures like this before. Oh my gosh, how they built this? How they get all those bricks to just go into to place like that? And they look they just look great. And yeah, how'd they do that? How'd they do that? Let's look at how they did that. Look at the structure. Just how did they do this? Oh my gosh, they were fancified by it. Oh, the king. Oh, the old king did that. Okay, the old king. The pilgrims must have passed through this gate in order to board the Mayflower. They were just looking like, wow, this is where they allowed our first people to come into their big giant kingdom. They must have been amazed when they saw these structures, when they saw these huge castles. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Coming from the filth and, no water and no food. And, they were escaping from whatever crime they committed and coming here to this. Can you imagine? And this is old now. So imagine how it looked then. Dang, y'all see this? This is what they had to have been thinking when they were standing there, right? Then they're talking about Southampton, because we say that Southampton, which is the Westgate, Southampton, England, right? Westgate, Southampton, England. It says Southampton has always been a great seaport. Southampton has always been a great seaport, but its most romantic trade occurred during the 13th and 14th century. So damn, it didn't get romanticized to the 13th, 14th, and the 15th century, because they had been doing this for eons. And part of the 16th century, when the Venetians brought spices and Indian cotton, silks, and other commodities to this port coming through England. These expeditions were organized with the Venetian Senate. Let's go.
Senate, and the voyages were made in galleys procured in Flanders, with which SERIOR Jack SIETI dat equals ZYSBES, Senfog. He bo on a jar wines gentleman UTIIE, EOWAEL, PE set IEUE licked MPLIE, BDYYPHE, WA, array EAECIT, Fe top fitch,
Right.
WAD. 2 M eat mivel geklarn feut B few 4 JCR by ES.
Right.
Need 148 high, STEs, sent AGAICA.
Stole our names over there in Hampton.
XXI.
That's what they
7
did.
Suturim
We read it.
Ton Tail 28 Fayek. EISEE3ASEXs from an old pink kindness Captain Arthur H. Clarke Watergate, Southampton, England. Country they also traded.
Southampton, England.
Indeed, in the Middle Ages, Southampton presented a cosmopolitan
it.
appearance, for there were seen many Normans, Gascons, and Flemings, as well as Venetians.
Look at this.
At the time of the survey, many
This is
French
the old
settled
castle
there,
now at this
and
time.
French
Oh,
street
look
still
at it. You can
recalls
see it's
these
crumbly
days to the
looking.
passerby. The history of the city, which will always be of the greatest interest to Americans, goes back to the 3rd century, when it was called Closentum.
When it was called who?
The Danes
Wait a
were
minute, say that
country
again.
they also traded. Indeed, in the Middle Ages, Southampton presented a cosmopolitan appearance, for there were seen many Normans, Gascons, and Flemings, as well as Venetians. At the time of the survey, many French settled there, and French Street still recalls these days to the passerby. The history of the city, which will always be of the greatest interest to Americans, goes back to the 3rd century, when it was called Closentum.
Closentum?
837 the
What?
Danes were repulsed, and in 840 Ethelwulf dated a charter from the royal town called Hampton.
The royal
His
town of
successors
Hampton?
referred to it as the
Not
celebrated
royal.
place called Hampton, which shows how important
said
it was in the
Hampton.
9th century. The first authentic records in Saxon times call the place Old Hampton, the word meaning hometown. In 962 it was named Southampton.
Well, who started to change all these times to the New York, New Hampshire, Hampton, New Hampshire, New Amsterdam, whatever, all these so-called new places that they want to call new in the old world. Who decided to start doing that? Like, who asked y'all to do that shit? We ain't need no help with none of that. You know what I'm saying? We was good, okay? We was real good. We're keeping control of everything we needed, including y'all changing the damn names. Like, this shit is absurd. It's so absurd to me. You know, the gall of these people.
Or Southampton, to distinguish it from Northampton, as in our state of Massachusetts we have a Southampton, settled in 1732, which formerly was part of Northampton. Some historians refer to the English port as
and when you hear
storied
settle, I just
Southampton.
want to clarify something. When you hear them talking about settle, what does settle mean? Settling something, that means it's ironed out, it's flattened out, it's, you know, that would mean like reconstruction, rebuilding, things of that nature. When they say they settled something, because they reconstructed the areas, remember? So if they're reconstructing the areas, they're settling it. They're settling it out so that they can rebuild over it like they were doing. I showed you many times the buildings that they actually, to the 3rd century, the buildings that they actually had, dang, what I was trying to say, the buildings that they had constructed or whatever. But either way, so yeah, you guys know that they made buildings on top of our buildings, tried to cover them up, you know, so they can act like they stuff was newer, because we had those big old castles and they couldn't bust all of them down. So they leveled out the land as much as they can. They covered the mounds. Y'all saw the video I played in the beginning. The mounds have been covered so that you're not able to get that etheric energy from them, so on and so forth. So that's what's going on. You feel me? All right. So peace, love, and bliss to everybody that's come in. The new adder for deception of the week, right? Yes. We was good up until the 1066 when King Williamson the Conqueror conquered us. Yes. Okay, guys, let's go. I want to get to this Dames. I swear I want to get out of this book because I'm trying to get to the Dames, but I'm gonna read to the end of this page and we're gonna move on. If I get out of here.
The place is so rich in history, legends, and traditions. Here King Alfred carried on his shipbuilding operations. Here Canute was chosen king. Here was the port of communication between the Norman and English courts. Here Earl Godwin and his son, Harold, owned manors. From here also John of Gaunt sailed on his expedition to Brittany, returning also to the same port. Here too Henry V assembled his fleet for an expedition to France, and here used to come many of the people of Charlemagne's court. Here Artemus Ward died, and here also lies buried Edward A. Southern, the actor, father of the well-known Edward H. Southern of the present day. It is interesting to know that many of our New England soldiers composing the 26th Yankee Division stopped here on the way to France in 1917. In the 18th century the place became a fashionable seaside resort, and assembly rooms similar to those at Bath were built.
Oh yeah, the Hamptons.
At the present time the city has a big population and large suburbs, and is in a flourishing condition. There is a town of Hampton in New Hampshire, said to be named for the English place at the request of Reverend Stephen Bacheiler, whose last English living was the vicarage of St. Mary's in South Stoneham, near Southampton.
Forget it.
The town of Southampton on Long Island, undoubtedly named after the English one, was formerly included in the state of Connecticut, this island being once owned by this New England state. T heard, or seemed to hear, the chiding sea say, Pilgrim, why so late and slow to come? Am I not always here, thy summer home? W. Whittier. Andover, Massachusetts, for our own Andover so old, and yet so young today, whoever to the mother will loving homage pay, to an old borough on the end is namesake, mental air, which Saxon men called Andover in English Hampshire fair. Part of poem Historic Andover, by Annie Sawyer Downs, read at the 250th anniversary of our Andover in 1896. During the Great War a well-known major in the American Army, who hailed from Andover, Massachusetts, after being taken up in the air on a pleasure spin in England, was landed some distance from his camp, whereupon he set out to walk back. He read the nearest signboard and almost believed he was near his own home, when, to his surprise, he saw on it Andover, and also the name of another town nearly as well known to him in this country. This officer was still more surprised to receive on Christmas Day presents of tobacco and other useful articles sent by Andover, England, and by Brechin, Scotland, to him and to all our Andover boys who could be found either in or behind the trenches in France. In welcoming our men in this way, the town of Brechin, not far from Aberdeen in Scotland, especially shared, for between our Andover and the Scotch town there have always existed very strong ties, owing to the fact that many of the settlers in our Andover during the 19th century came direct from Brechin. From there came the original John Smith in 1816, and, after some other ventures, started in 1836, with his brother Peter and John Dove, a flax mill in our Andover. All three of these men were natives of Brechin, and they induced many other people of that town to come to Andover, Massachusetts, as operatives in their mill. The business is now conducted under the name of the Smith and Dove Company, carried on principally by Mr. George F. Smith, grandson of the pioneer, John Smith. They also gave to Andover Theological Seminary in 1865, a library, which was named Brechin Hall, after their birthplace. This building is now the at 777 Meet EEIGE Administration Center of Phillips Academy and Kindness Claude M. Fewis, ESQ is probably the most conspicuous structure Brechin Hall, on Andover Hill. Brechin Terrace, a short Andover Theological Seminary, street in another section of the town, is Andover, Massachusetts, Center for Scotch Mill Operatives, and is also _ presented in 1865 by residents of Andover, Massachusetts, whose ancestors had come to. Named after the Scotch town. This town from Brechin, Scotland. Photograph taken by F.F. A. and Co., England.
England. Yo, they just love saying English shit, just like they love being here. They love saying England, right? It's so crazy to me because they always talk about England. You never hear in the books talking about any of this stuff. You never hear them saying anything about a Europe or like Europe. We don't never hear that anywhere, but we always say something, even in all the old books, all the printing that's done. This is Publications Committee, the Act of the Incorporation, the Constitution, more information on these things that we keep going over and more proof. Verification, documentation, the shit that they do in the fraud. Publication Committee, Act of Incorporation, the Constitution, Office of the National Society, Office of the Massachusetts Society, the Board of the Managers, the former officers of the Massachusetts Society, incorporators. Y'all want to look at who the incorporators are? We know pretty much a lot of these names we hear, but would y'all like to actually see them documenting it? So we also have the charter of the members. We have the life members, the sketch of the Quincy Homestead, roles of membership residents in the non-colonial states. Non-colonial states. We also have in memorandum, we have married, we have the resigned, we have the index of the ancestors and the descendants. Should we look at that? We also have a few other things we can go into. So let's see. Let's browse into the Act of Incorporation. We've gone over the Acts of Incorporation many a times, but hey, why not do it again since we're on Massachusetts, since we're talking about these actual people that are what? The Registration of Massachusetts and the Society of the Colonial Dames. This is very important as well. Listen up.
C0 and SJJ pound 8 of J Hassack carat Yosets. 13 FCT Noggin.
Stop sharing.
Whereas Sarah P. Lowell Blake, Grace Parkman Coffin, Mary Lindy Cochran, Ella Lyman, Mary Adams Quincy, Elizabeth R. Sprague, and Elizabeth Cabot Windsor have associated themselves with the intention of forming a corporation under the name of the Massachusetts Society of Colonial Dames of America, for the purpose of collecting historical and genealogical information relating to the colonial period of Massachusetts and encouraging interest in American history, and have complied with the provisions of the statutes of this Commonwealth in such case made and provided, as appears from the certificate of the President, Treasurer, Secretary, and managers of said corporation duly approved by the Commissioner of Corporations and recorded in this office, Noel Kitchstead, I, Willie, Secretary of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Evo L. Characterfact that said Sarah P. Lowell Blake, Grace Parkman Coffin, Mary Lindy Cochran, Ella Lyman, Mary Adams Quincy, Elizabeth R.
Like Cochran.
Sprague, and Elizabeth Cabot
That
Windsor,
family,
their
huh?
associates and successors, are legally organized and established as and are hereby made an existing corporation under the name of the Massachusetts Society of Colonial Dames of America,
Oh,
with the powers, rights, and privileges, and subject to the limitations, duties, and restrictions, which by law appertain thereto. J.H. Kitness, my official signature hereunto subscribed, and the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts hereunto affixed this 13th day of April, in the year of our Lord 1893. William M. Olin, Secretary of the Commonwealth. Colonial Dames of Massachusetts, which is the Constitution of
course.
the National Society.
Of course.
Preamble.
Preamble.
Whereas history shows that the remembrance of a nation's glory in the past stimulates to national greatness in the future, and that successive generations are awakened to truer patriotism and
What?
aroused to nobler endeavor by the contemplation of the heroic.
What?
William M. Olin, Secretary of the Commonwealth. Colonial Dames of Massachusetts, which is the Constitution of the National Society. Preamble. Whereas history shows that the remembrance of a nation's glory in the past, William M. Olin, Secretary, J.H. Kitness, my official signature hereunto subscribed, and the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts hereunto affixed this 13th day of April, in the year of our Lord 1893.
893. That's just
William
right
M.
before.
Olin.
Listen, I want y'all to pay attention to these timelines. That's just right before the 1900s, guys. Do y'all see this? This is right before the 1900s. So we're talking about 1890. Come on, y'all. This wasn't even that long ago. They be making y'all think all this stuff started in the
J.H.
past,
Kitness,
but
my
it didn't.
official signature hereunto subscribed,
Listen.
and the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts hereunto affixed this 13th day of April, in the year of our Lord 1893. William M. Olin,
This
Secretary
was just
of the
30 years before my
Commonwealth.
grandma was born.
Colonial Dames of Massachusetts, which is the Constitution, deeds of selves together to do honor to the virtues of their
I didn't mean to do
forefathers.
that. Hold on,
Colonial Dames of Massachusetts, which is the Constitution of the National Society. Preamble. Whereas history shows that the remembrance of a nation's glory in the past stimulates to national greatness in the future, and that successive generations are awakened to truer patriotism and aroused to nobler endeavor by the contemplation of the heroic deeds of their forefathers, therefore the Society of Colonial Dames of America has been formed, that the descendants of those men who in the colonial period by their rectitude, courage, and self-denial, prepared the way for success in that struggle which gained for the country its liberty and constitution, may associate them selves together to do honor to the virtues of their forefathers, and to encourage
Yeah,
in
you
all
heard
who
it, bro.
come under their influence true patriotism, built on a knowledge of the self-sacrifice and heroism of those men of the colonies who laid the foundation of this great nation. Article I. This
Ain't that
society shall be
something?
known by the name, style, and title of the National Society of the Colonial Dames of America, and shall be composed of state societies, of which there
State
shall be one in each
societies.
of the 13 original states
Uh-oh.
and one in the District of Columbia. There may be an associate society in any of the non-colonial states
And they
by
have
and
them
through
all
the
over,
consent
guys. I
of the
have a few
National
of them.
Society. Article IL. The objects of this society shall be to collect and preserve manuscripts, traditions, relics, and mementos of bygone days, to preserve and restore buildings connected with the early history
Uh-oh.
of
To
our
do
country,
what?
to diffuse healthful and intelligent information
Hold on, go
concerning
back.
non-colonial states by and through the consent of the National Society. Article IL. The objects of this society shall be to collect and preserve manuscripts, traditions, relics, and mementos of bygone days, to preserve and restore buildings connected with the
Restore?
early history
How's that
of our
preserving?
country, to diffuse healthful and intelligent information concerning the past, to create a popular interest in our colonial history, to stimulate a spirit of true patriotism and a genuine love of country, and to impress upon the young the sacred obligation of honoring the memory of those heroic.
To do what? To stimulate a spirit of true patriotism. We know what patriotism is to stimulate a spirit. That's witchcraft, sorcery, everything we're always talking about that they're using against you. To stimulate a spirit of the true patriotism and the genuine love of the country, and to impress upon the young the sacred obligation to make them impressed. So that's to put an impression, like I tell you guys, how they put it in people's minds. They're writing on their brain mapping lies and stories of radium, fake light, false information, so the person believes a story of patriotism that is not true.
ancestors whose ability, valor, sufferings, and achievements are beyond all praise. Article 3. The state societies shall be composed entirely of women who are descended in their own right from some ancestor of worthy life who came to reside
could
in an
keep the lie
American
up.
colony prior to 1750, which ancestor, or some one of his descendants, being a lineal ascendant of the applicant, shall have rendered efficient service to his country during the colonial period, either in the
I think
founding
it
of
do
a
too. Come
commonwealth
change
or
it
of
if
an
it's that
institution
concern,
which
honey.
has survived and developed into importance,
Please
or who
help
shall have
yourself.
held an important position in a colonial government,
Come out of
or
damn
who,
smoke detector.
by distinguished vices, shall have contributed to the founding of this great and powerful nation. All services which constitute a claim to membership must have been rendered before July 5th, 1776, but this date shall be held to include all the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Article 4. The regular meeting of the National Society of the Colonial Dames of America shall be held every 2 years in Washington, D.C.
Every 2 years,
Special
still to
meetings
this
may be
day.
held upon the order of the national president or upon a request of a majority of the state societies. Such meetings shall consist of the national officers and a representation not exceeding 5 delegates from each colonial state society and the District of Columbia. Each society in the non-colonial states may send 1 delegate to the Biennial Council, with the right to vote on all questions excepting changes in the Constitution. The vote of each of the 14 societies now forming the National Society of the Colonial Dames of America, however cast, shall count as 5. The necessary
You hear
expense
that?
of such
Here go your
meeting
college
shall be borne by
electoral
the
vote.
National Society,
Your college
and it shall be
electoral
empowered at its
votes.
regular meeting to assess each
The
state
elected,
society in
those
order
of
to
the
provide requisite
elected.
funds. At the regular meeting of the National Society, a president, 3 vice presidents, secretary, assistant secretary, treasurer, registrar, and historian shall be elected by ballot, a majority of the states present being necessary to a choice.
All good liars.
All officers to serve until the next regular meeting, or until their successors shall be chosen. The National Society shall have power at any meeting to admit a state society thereto from the 13 original states and from the District of Columbia, and also an associate society from any of the non-colonial states, a majority of the states admit forming a quorum. Article V. The state societies of the Colonial Dames of America shall meet annually on the day appointed by their several bylaws, and oftener if found expedient. Their affairs shall be conducted by a board, consisting of a president, 2 vice presidents, and 12 or more managers, who shall be elected by ballot by the members of the said state society. The presidents and vice presidents shall be chosen annually. The managers shall serve for 3 years, and the term of Onetherd shall expire annually. The board shall fill its own vacancies, the member chosen to serve until the next annual election. At the first meeting of the board after the annual election, they shall organize by choosing from their own members 2 secretaries, a treasurer, a registrar, and a historian. All officers shall continue to hold office until their successors are elected. The members of the state societies of the Colonial Dames of America at the date of the certificate of the incorporation of the state society shall be elected members of the corporation at the first meeting of the said society, subsequent to the incorporation, and thereafter no person shall be a candidate for admission unless invited and proposed by 1 member and seconded by an other member of the society, to both of whom the candidate must be well known, and by whom she shall be recommended. The president shall, from time to time, appoint from the board of managers 3 persons who shall examine the claims of each candidate, and report in writing to the president. When such reports are unanimously favorable, the name of the candidate shall be presented at any meeting of the board of managers next after the report of such nomination shall have been received by the president. The name of each candidate shall be voted upon separately, and, if any member of the board of managers so demands, by ballot. 2 negative votes shall act as a rejection of the candidate. Each member shall contribute, upon her admission to the society, and annually thereafter, such sums as the bylaws of the respective state societies may require, but any state society may provide for the endowment of life memberships by the payment of a proper sum. The state societies shall regulate all matters respecting their own affairs consistent with the general good of the society, judge of the qualifications of their members, or of those proposed for membership, subject, however, to the provisions of this Constitution, and shall have the power to expel any member who, by conduct unbecoming a gentlewoman,
Yeah, they got
may
everybody
render
out.
herself unworthy
Once
to
they got
continue
in, they start
membership.
voting you out.
The registrar of each state society shall transmit to the national registrar a list of the members thereof, and from time to time, as the same shall be printed, the names and official designations of those from whom such members derive their claim
Vote you
to
out your own shit.
membership, and thereafter,
The nerve.
upon the admission of each state society, the registrar thereof shall transmit to the national registrar information respecting such members similar to that herein required. Each state society shall cause to be transmitted annually to the other state societies a circular letter calling attention to whatever may be thought worthy of observation concerning the welfare of the society, and giving information of the officers chosen for the year, and copies of these letters shall also be transmitted to be preserved among the records of the
Oh,
society.
yeah?
Each state society shall adopt its own seal. Each member, when admitted to the privileges of her state society, is entitled to receive
Your
a
own
certificate
seal
of
is your
membership,
family crest.
signed by the state
Just
president
know.
and state secretary, and bearing the seal of the state society. The form shall be, has been duly elected a member of the National Society of the Colonial Dames of America, in right of her ancestor in testimony whereof, the names of the president and secretary and the seal of the society are hereunto AFL'd. Article 6. The custodian of the insignia shall be the national registrar, who shall issue the badge to members of any state society, upon an order from the registrar
Of
of that state,
any.
and she shall keep a register of such issues, wherein each badge issued may be identified by the number thereof, and each state society shall have its own numbers. The badge shall consist of a round disc with a center of light blue enamel, and the figure of a colonial dame in gold, modeled in relief on the same. Around the center of blue enamel shall be a circle of white enamel, with the title of the society, National Society Colonial Dames of
Who
America,
cares? Let's go past
name
this.
of the state. This ribbon shall be 1 1/2. The badge shall be carried. The seal of the quarterly, 1 4 azure, 3 fleurs de lis, or 2 and azure ability, a lion rampant, holding in his dexter paw a naked sword, 1 4, Sweden modern, azure, 3 open
All
crowns,
over.
or 2 and 3, Sweden ancient, azure, 3 bendlet sinister, wavy, argent, over all a lion rampant, or crowned gules for Sweden. This seal to be used on the certificate, for further authentication, and within the signatures of the national president and national secretary. Dalton, 507, Beacon
Okay.
Street, Boston. Second, MRS Winthrop Sargent, the officers and managers, the Massachusetts Society of the Colonial Dames of America. 1905 Pressed KCNT. MRS Barrett Wendell, 358
1905.
Marlborough Street, Boston. UX Carrot Recience. First, MRS Henry R. Dalton, 507, Beacon Street, Boston. Second, MRS Winthrop Sargent, 207, Commonwealth Avenue, Boston. If after Ewing Secretary. Miss Sarah S. Perkins, 17, Edge Hill Road, Brookline. 2 Correspond Ewing Secretary. Miss Madeline Lawrence, 321, Dartmouth Street, Boston. Carrot Treasurer. Miss Sarah H. Crocker, 319, Commonwealth Avenue, Boston. 3 Pound Lake Star.
Commonwealth. The
Miss
Commonwealth.
Catherine C. Pears, 474, Beacon Street, Boston, I-5 Jordan. Miss Mary T. Spalding, Green Street, Newburyport. Term expires 1906. MRS Charles, term expires 1908. Former historians. Smith, a sketch, and agreeing to take charge of this a sketch of the Quincy homestead.
A
In
sketch,
the
not
year
a picture.
1904, through the efforts of the Colonial Dames in cooperation with the Metropolitan Park Commission, the Quincy homestead at Quincy was purchased and conveyed to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, The Massachusetts Society of Colonial Dames receiving a lease for 99 years at a nominal rent, and agreeing to take charge of this historic building. A part of the homestead was built in the year 1636 in what was then Braintree, before the town of Quincy had been thought of, by William Coddington for his home. The year before, large tracts of land had been allotted to William Coddington, Edmund Quincy, and a few others at Mount Wojewaston, Braintree, by the authorities at Boston on which to found their homes. Willem Coddington only used in his house about 2 years, when he moved to Rhode Island, where he became the governor of that colony, and used until his death. His house and lands at Braintree, afterwards Quincy, soon fell into the hands of Edmund Quincy, the immigrant, whose family has been famous in the history of this country from generation to generation.
An immigrant.
Here they lived, married, and died until in 1706 the third Edmund Quincy, a judge and man of great repute and honor, decided at the time of his marriage with his house and lands at Braintree, afterwards Quincy, soon fell into the hands of Edmund Quincy, the immigrant, whose family has been famous in the history of this country from generation to generation. Here they lived, married, and died until in 1706 the third Edmund Quincy, a judge and man of great repute and honor, decided at the time of his marriage with Dorothy Flint to enlarge the old homestead and make it one of the finest in the land. It stands today, as he enlarged it and as it is seen in the frontispiece, well preserved and now cared for by the dames of Massachusetts.
Now it belongs to me.
From this illustrious Quincy family came also the distinguished Josiahs, one president of Harvard and one mayor of Boston. In enlarging the old house, Judge QMNCY did not disturb the old Coddington house, but, so to speak, built around it, raising a roof here and there. As there was no scheme of architecture in the union of the new house and the old, ample spaces were provided for secret staircases, cupboards, closets of oddest shapes, and chambers in many of which men are said to have been hidden and fed at the time of the Revolution. The old homestead is an excellent example of the stately homes of the colonial gentry. It has beautiful woodwork, carving, and paneling, large open fireplaces in the parlor and dining rooms, with quaint tiling. Some of the wallpapers are still preserved, the one on the parlor, of Cupids and Venuses, being put on at the time of the expected marriage of Dorothy Quincy and John Hancock. The marriage, however, could not take place here, as the British were anxious to capture Hancock and a price had been put upon his head. They were thus obliged to flee from the region of Boston, and were married at Fairfield, Conn, from the old Thaddeus Burr mansion, and after the Revolution made their home on Beacon Street in Boston. Another Dorothy Quincy lived also in the old house. She was aunt of Mrs. Hancock and great-grandmother of the poet who has made her name so famous. This is her portrait and a verse from his poem. The old house is filled with historic memories and thoughts, and it would take much time and space to mention all the famous people who have at one time or another enjoyed its hospitality and shelter. Mention must, however, be made of Tudor Flint, of Harvard, great uncle of Mrs. Hancock, who, when not at Cambridge, made his home here, several rooms being arranged for his special use and work, with a separate staircase and door by which he could go and come undisturbed. This is known as the Tudor Flint side of the house. Old Chief Justice Sewell, who married the daughter of a Quincy, often mentions in his diary the family or guests in the old homestead in true pictures of their daily life.
True pictures.
Here,
true pictures.
Also, Sir Henry.
So why don't we have true pictures of you guys? Why are there always paintings and drawings and shit? Where are y'all pictures? They said the true pictures, letting y'all know that they have fake pictures they talking about too, right? Y'all heard that, right? They said the true pictures, okay? I'm trying to get out this book. I'm going to stop sharing it, but I'm going to read a little bit more. And we're about to get into this book that's showing and sharing right now. Let's go.
Many visits during his stay in this country. The dames are doing all in their power to collect within its walls things pertaining to the old house. It is being fitted up with furniture, etc., of the early colonial period. Among other things, the dames have had the good fortune to find and buy an original and valuable old deed of land, typical of the colonial day, from the Indians to the white man. It has the marks of 6 of the Indians as their signatures. The land was in the Ponkapoag Reservation within the township of Dorchester, then a very large tract, and from which several towns were afterward set off. The deed bears the autographs of 5 men prominent in colonial councils, a committee appointed to see that the Indians received fair play in their land deeds. Among the autographs is that of John Quincy, for whom the town was named. The following is a photograph
Y'all
of
hear
the
this shit?
original, which now hangs in the parlor of the old homestead. The house is pleasantly situated under old trees, and nearly surrounded by the new parkway, which is every day growing more beautiful. It is open daily to the public, free on Saturdays, and has already had many visitors. Diresigo of our Sogdin Lord, C Poundo Flow C
Damn, I
Pound,
gotta let y'all
by
see
the
the deed.
GRMAF
Damn,
Con,
hold on.
OFC Jabri/JT, FRTKTIAIIRTUIL, King, DCFC Enja of the
I
VA,
gotta let y'all
JC.
see this.
IAMT carat MC Miwi 1 Trul IBD 7 Hyundai Anna Twensa carat F and Y.
A true
R
indenture
carat 1
with the
T
signatures
backslash
of some
carat.
ancestors. Look at this shit.
Behilf of the Nalelv carat, and the other mum that are, or maybe iditroed therein, W the OAE pad, and JFHM carat FCI/R carat CT carat SWTJ.
Yeah, John Hancock.
Akai
We
KH
talked about this before, I think,
FRGE,
brother.
FFCTC Hab Pound Fuyuj, RNGNRGC Himder,
Yeah.
by and with Tliadown C and approbation of the Hanoi carat C and THMM Javdid, Vil DTJLTY.
This is another reason why they say a signature is worth its weight in gold. In modern times, it's talking about you being able to sign for and what it means. But back then, a signature is worth its weight in gold. It was in reference to if they could get an Indian to sign their land over to them, that signature on that deed was like the weight of gold because there was gold on the land, and that meant they got the gold. Now I got the gold because I got your signature. Your signature is worth its weight in gold. All Indian signatures worth the weight in gold because we are the landowners, the deed owners. Listen, look at this shit. Of course, now I want to stop. Hold on. I'm zooming in a little bit.
Being a committee accapund and impaled by the GT and General Court, Akai KH Suv CFRGE, FFCTC Hab Pound Fuyuj, RNGNRGC Himder, by and with Tliadown C and approbation of the Hanoi carat C and THMM Javdid, Vil DTJLTY, Jane Ashermingin, Jilm Kinry, and Eimer Smee, ECQN. Being
We
a
just
committee
read about the
account and
tutors 2
impounded
days
by the
ago, I
GT
think.
and General Court of Lembly OT,
yesterday.
the province of Foyade, at their SE Sun Etvin, in the year of outlord 1714 J signified by subgeoike their names Lurkunti, for and in confederation of the SSM of TJ carat JOTM and slash HTT dash carat IU Alphi % TM carat in good bills of credit OA.
Good bills of
The subject
credit. Y'all
province,
heard it. Hold on. Go
and
back.
truly paid
Go
by
back.
the late. Being a committee accapund and empowered by the GT and General
Empowered.
Court of Lembly OT, the province of Foyade, at their SE Sun Etvin, in the year of outlord 1714 J signified by subgeoike their names Lurkunti, for and in confederation of the SSM of TJ carat JOTM and slash HTT dash
Damn, I
carat
can't
IU
read
Alphi
that.
% TM carat in good bills of credit OA.
Good bills
The
of credit. I heard that part
province,
shit.
WCU, and truly paid by the late. Happy face, carat suti TFFTJC carat Corinter J the hands of the dit communini, but in trust to, and for the only LJV and behoof of the IW jump jade, and to be accordingly I reployed for TTV carat and cat HOI the fate H chin proprietors, perfuin T09LL carat rikti. Swat carat,
this part. I
AO
fast
by
forward
SIG PTCLC and TS do give, grant, barg, of the fate great end, dash dot underscore, sen, alien, roll calf,
Alien.
Alien. Pol Clio now by HICT1 court, have given, granted, they gained, and quit claim to die FAIJ.
Quit claim
Happy
to
face,
die.
carat S carat JM carat O carat I5 B mode panicularly deftipped and decky plier day. of mulpa oleage fate JW caret F caret LOC dash caret UV caret W note paniquiri yam DCDANC yosai pured in a himal plat or draft here to atata T tog caret H5 caret with all and fmlat the F caret. Caret few
I'm
hum
trying to
caret
put this in
caret
the
hum
chat,
9
y'all. I
RT
don't know
9
what it's all
caret M
saying, but I'm
caret
finna try
T
to read
caret
it
bet unto
and
belonging.
decipher this
OT
shit.
in any
Hold
wife
on.
of pertailing. Caret will ton F caret M caret a caret JFYFU caret preview C jagus and aptananes ihertun to I and the revetvion WD revgravians, remainder, and remainders, rents, if likes and profits thereof, to have and to hold UIE up granted J% caret 4. To slash caret empty 1T backslash FB caret only FWA and proper UIE. Benefit and BAWOF SN henceforth and for Aaron Noer, free A and TF clear, and clearly acquitted, exonerated, and discharged of and from all are dot with Rub and Simi brances, Six, rents, A0 NGE01 rents, and Miltain no, or other demands ratio error, near, or by refund of the fame. And the fate caret awi atoton, 28 mem, SHMTM reject, hunkit TII and 6 RR humor. Do FOT illic their sin, and 6 fulpers, covenant, permifk, grant and agree to and with the fate I see. Caret M and jot my caret, F caret ears and alines by fe preference, that by virtue of the order of the GE and General Court or Assembly I of the province of Foyt Fij, is he have full pont and authority to grant al bargain, sell, convey, read calc, and quit I'm the fiat asterisk L caret FTJ backslash I a manner and famam of prelate, and THA they the fate granter Jflia JL and will forever warrant and defend the fame unto the FNID caret
Hold on, I'm trying to
ITMCJ
make out
caret
some of this
asterisk
shit on here,
JW
y'all.
4
Hold
slash
on.
and JN caret heirs again feet
Let
vex
me
and their
see.
sits, and all other perlo H claiming from, by, or under them. In witness whereof the fate parties to
Okay, it says
DHCFC Tefns have here unto
valuable
interchange
old.
JUVFCT.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me
S
stop
pound
this
LT
shit real
4
quick.
caret 5 caret B
Hold on,
suffix
y'all. I'm getting
FL.
caught up in trying to read this. Hold on, we gotta figure this out, right? Now, this is what's in here. Everything he was reading, it's reading sounding crazy. This is what it said: valuable old deed of land, typical of the colonial day, from the Indians to the white man. It had the marks of 6 of the Indians as their signature. The land was in the Pontapog reservation within. That's the same thing. Hold on. Within the township of Dorchester, then a very large tract, and from which several towns were afterwards set off. The deed bears the autographs of 5 men, prominent in colonial. Damn, I keep saying I'm gonna call back. I'm gonna have to still. Okay. The township of Dorchester. Okay, the deed bears the autographs of 5 men prominent in the colonial councils. The deed bears the signatures of the colonial councils. Who would be the colonial councils? The ancient Indians, right? That they're talking about, correct? Okay, let's go. It says that to see that the Indians receive fair play in their land dealings. Among the autographs is that of John Quincy, for which the town was named, John Quincy Adams, which we're very familiar with. And then, hold on, let's go down. Good afternoon, Original Trina. Peace, and bliss, darling. Thanks for coming through. All right, let's see. And then it says something sovereign land, the sovereign land by something. Dang, I can't make that out, man. I'm pissed I can't make that out. It say the sovereign land. No, we see that part. Hattock something, Plymouth, within the township of something. Dang, y'all, I can't make that out. And it's not letting me copy it to read it correctly in some of these areas. Okay, so it says here, okay, proprietors of the land within the plantation, behalf of them and the other that are or may be deeded therein with what? Without, with something. I don't know what that means. Deeded within. They could be deeded within. Then this says tenants of leases of the said land on the other pan witnesses that, damn, I want to read this so bad. empowered by the great and general court of assembly at the providence of something land at their something in Britain in the year of our Lord 1714. And it says signified by subjection of their names, signified by the subjection of their names for and in confederation of the something, damn, in good bills of credit, and oath. I'm telling, see, this is the credit I'll be telling y'all about that's been there since everything been signed. Oh my gosh, I'm mad I can't read this. Okay, let me see. Good credit in the hands of the dead community, in the good credit in the hands of the community, but in trust, like I keep telling y'all, this more proof. This has been going back since then. To and for the only life and behalf of the something proprietors of aforesaid, and to be accordingly played for something. Gosh, I can't get that part. I'm doing the best I can here, y'all. It says their names for and in confederation of the names in good bills. Okay, let's go on to the other one again. Hold on. So it says their hands of the dead community, but in trust, and for only life and behalf of the proprietors aforesaid, and to be accordingly. I don't know what that part is saying. I was trying to read it again. Damn it. Okay, let me see. Oh, this is showing out. This deed giving so much information. I'm gonna have to read this on my own with y'all. I ain't gonna hold y'all up while I'm studying this, because I'm gonna get these words. Right. That shit crazy. That deed is crazy though, just to see the deed in itself. Okay, let's go, y'all. Let's keep going.
Amo. Ahoto K. Thomas Ahoto M. Simon George Hezekias Piamoig and George Hunter. All Petfanolf appeared, Brimi the subscriber. One of his Magnetes Joiks of the peace for G-CQUVY of ST-Ally. And acknowledge the above -VNTTCN Miado, their fiery F and DCCD. J5I/Tour.
Dang it.
Asterisk deceased. T married. T resigned. 1 asterisk MRS George Beatty Blake, Sarah Putnam Lowell. Died 1899. 8th in descent from the Reverend Francis Higginson. Supplementary claims. John Green,
Dang.
Nathaniel Putnam, Thomas Green, Thomas Savage, Jonathan Amory, John Bridge, Stephen Sewell.
Okay, we finna
Reverend
stop
Jonathan
now. Okay,
Mitchell,
y'all. I'm checking
Henry
on the
Sewell.
deed. I usually skip past when it's got that weird writing because the computer can't read it. But actually reading that just was tripping me out. Like, wow, that shit got everything in it as far as the pureness of how they actually did it. We've read that before, but to see the actual deed, that kind of threw me off because I don't remember seeing that before. Okay, hold on. Let's go. We're going to get to the Congressional Commonwealth of Connecticut to show you guys it's all in the same thing. Let's see. Let's start here. Let's go.
BRBBBBGGBRBRBRBRBRBB2 the fundamental order. Each settlement had a congregate. BRBBBBGGBRBRBRBRBRBB2 the fundamental orders in January 1638/39. Connecticut's pioneers in the 3 tiny communities, Windsor, Hartford, and Wethersfield, adopted a constitution to ensure the triumph of Congregationalism, despite the fact that they had lived and worked together in Connecticut for a maximum of only 6 years. Each settlement had a congregational church to satisfy the religious fervor of its populace, and in each plantation the proprietors had divided the land into home lots, private farming strips, and common pasture and meadow. But only Hartford had achieved the status of a town with a functioning government. Yet the men in Connecticut drew up a remarkable constitution, ratified it, and lived according to its law during the years when England was in turmoil. Many precepts espoused in the fundamental orders had been familiar in England, Holland.
During the years when England was in turmoil. But wait a minute, if y'all were doing y'all y'all thing and doing the homesteading and coming over here and doing this and doing that, how would England be having any issues? Because they would have to be having the issues from England. Therefore, you're not England now, or are you England? Are you England? Are you not England? I don't know. Let's get that. I'm gonna let y'all to hear that.
But
again.
only Hartford had achieved the status of a town with a functioning government. Yet the men in Connecticut drew up a remarkable constitution, ratified it, and lived according to its law during the years when England was in turmoil. Many precepts espoused in the fundamental orders had been familiar in England, Holland, or Massachusetts Bay prior to 1639, but the precise synthesis of principles was unprecedented. The intentional creation of a civil government by the consent of its citizens and its formalization by a written organic law was unparalleled. The omission of any sovereign authority other than God was unique. As for the human governor, never had an executive been so limited by the legislature and the freemen. The Congregationalists had wisely perceived that their immediate need was a solid legal foundation for their political institutions to enable them to maintain order in their society. In concrete terms, unencumbered by extraneous detail, they therefore laid down the pattern for the Commonwealth government in the preamble and 11 orders of their Constitution. The fathers of Connecticut combined the traditions they had known in the towns and villages of England with their experience in New England, first in Massachusetts Bay and then on the Connecticut River from 1633 until 1639, with a determination to move away from their past and improve on it by substituting more expedient practices for archaic forms in order that their state might conform more exactly to an ideal congregational community. Congregational thought readily accepted a close relationship between the churches and state. Thomas Hooker served as both the political and the religious mentor of early Connecticut, while Roger Ludlow, John Haynes, and other leading citizens were important members of the church as well as leaders in the Commonwealth. John Cotton wrote that Mr. Hooker doth often quote a saying out of Mr. Thomas Cartwright, though I have not read it in him, that no man fashioneth his house to his hangings, but his hangings to his house. It is better that the Commonwealth be fashioned to the setting forth of God's house, which is his church, than to accommodate the church frame to the civil state. Asterisk chronologically, first appeared the churches in Connecticut, then the state. The purpose of the Commonwealth was to supplement and support Congregationalism. The fundamental orders called for a civil government which borrowed heavily from congregational polity. The Commonwealth, like the churches, originated in a covenant. The sovereign of both was Christ. The officers, whether civil or ecclesiastical, were men elected because of their education, ability, and godliness to serve in offices created by God.
I posted the information on the ecclesiastical laws on TikTok, right? And you know what happened? They removed my post and told me that it was banned. Why? Why did y'all do that? The ecclesiastical laws. Yeah, very interesting. I told you guys to read them. Let's go. We'll start thing. Come on.
Wealth. It is better that the Commonwealth be fashioned to the setting forth of God's house, which is his church, than to accommodate the church frame to the civil state. Asterisk chronologically, first appeared the churches in Connecticut, then the state. The purpose of the Commonwealth was to supplement and support Congregationalism. The fundamental orders called for a civil government which borrowed heavily from congregational polity. The Commonwealth, like the churches, originated in a covenant. The sovereign of both was Christ.
Covenant.
The officers, whether civil or ecclesiastical, were men elected because of their education, ability, and godliness to serve in offices created by God. And the freemen and admitted inhabitants, like the brethren of the churches, were privileged citizens, permitted to elect their officers and to remove them if necessary, but otherwise reduced to obedience. Many residents of Connecticut had no vote, just as many who listened to the sermons on Sunday or lecture day could not have their children baptized. The churches and state served different functions, but remained as closely related as they were in England and Massachusetts Bay. 17th century thought could not conceive of their independent existence, It was not until the Constitution of 1818 that they became officially separate in Connecticut. In the early 17th century, Europe was enjoying the paintings of Rubens, Van Dyck, Hals, Rembrandt, Poussin, and Velázquez, the architectural feats of Inigo Jones and Bernini, and the music of Monteverdi and Pretorius. Milton had just written his Lycidas, but not yet his Paradise Lost, and Harvey was conducting his experiments on the circulatory system. But Connecticut was only in the most primitive stages of settled society. At most there were 10 plows in the 3 infant agricultural communities. Benjamin Trumbull remarked that after the Pequot War in 1637, those who, in England, had fed on the finest of the wheat, in the beginning of affairs in Connecticut, were thankful for such coarse fare as Indian bread, for themselves and children. 2 Windsor, Wethersfield, and Hartford technically were not towns, but communities of men united as proprietors of the soil and brethren of the churches. The constable in each settlement was the sole law enforcement officer until the 90-man army was raised to thrash the Pequot Indians. There were collectors of rates, commissioners, and committees, but none of the river towns was incorporated until early 1638/39, when Hartford was formally organized as a political body. Before the adoption of the fundamental orders, the settlements had been laid out after the pattern of medieval towns. For defense against the Indians and Dutch, the houses stood together along the 1 or 2 main streets, with the farmlands and woods encircling the cluster of homes. On each home lot besides the house there were barns and various outbuildings, a garden, and perhaps a small fenced pasture. The original temporary huts sufficed for only the moment. Soon the men in Connecticut began building wooden homes around a central chimney, in the traditional English style, except that instead of leaving the beams and plaster exposed on the outside like the half-timbered houses so common today in Europe, they added a layer of clapboards to ward off the winter blasts. In the homes there was little furniture beyond the barest necessities. The antiques we treasure today come mostly from the 18th century. Running water and electricity naturally were unknown, but so were sewers and street lights. Even the main town and Commonwealth streets were merely unpaved paths, dusty in the dry weather and rutted and muddy in the rain. Marriages in these communities took place at an early age, and infant mortality was high, as the number of gravestones marking the burial spots of babies and small children in the colonial graveyards attests. Life was primitive on the river, yet from 1633 until 1639 through trial and error emerged the scheme of government confirmed by the fundamental orders. Under the Massachusetts Bay Commission and the General Corte, the plantations on the Connecticut River experienced actual, if not at first theoretical, independence from England and the Bay. The Massachusetts Bay Commission served its term of 1 year, holding 8 recorded meetings from April 26, 1636, 2 months prior to the arrival of the Hooker Party, until March 28, 1637. At each session 5 to 7 of the 8 commissioners named by the General Court of Massachusetts Bay were present. Henry Smith, William Pynchon's son-in-law, attended no meetings. The commission at once took from the Bay's court the right to swear in the constables for the plantations by naming Henry Wolcott, of Dorchester, Windsor, Samuel Wakeman, of Newtown, Hartford, and Daniel Finch, of Watertown, Wethersfield, to the office of constable in their respective towns. It initiated legislative action in Connecticut by granting permission to the dismissed members of the Watertown Church to form a new church at Wethersfield, by regulating trade with the Indians, by undertaking one case of probate, the extremely difficult one involving John Oldham's possessions in both Connecticut and the Bay, and by providing adequate defenses for the settlements. Furthermore, the commissioners ordered that Samuel Wakeman and George Hubbard survey Dorchester, Windsor, that Samuel Wakeman survey Watertown, Wethersfield, and that the lines dividing the plantations be accurately drawn. They decided that the indentured servant John Reeves should return to his master, Francis Stiles, and held Stiles responsible for paying Reeves's passage to Connecticut.
Great man.
It later ordered Stiles to begin teaching his other servants the trade of carpentry. The three Stiles brothers were carpenters whose services Connecticut sorely needed. The commissioners also renamed Watertown, Newtown, and Dorchester as Wethersfield, Hartford, and Windsor, respectively. On the commission there were no deputies and no governor, other than John Winthrop, Jr., whose position was merely titular as far as the Connecticut communities were concerned. By March 1636/37 the commission of John Winthrop, Jr., from the Warwick Patentees and the Massachusetts Bay Commission itself had expired. No new governor of the Connecticut River was appointed by the Patentees to replace Winthrop, but the settlers on the river immediately acted to replace the Massachusetts Bay Commission with an elected court, independent from outside authority. Between March and May 1637 an election must have been held by the inhabitants of Windsor, Hartford, and
I'm out of here in
Wethersfield,
15 minutes, guys. I'm
although
gonna
it
try to
was
hear a
not
little
recorded.
more.
At the first session of the new General Corte, held on May 1, 1637, committees, the counterpart of the deputies in Massachusetts Bay, appeared for the first time. 3 committees represented each of the settlements on the western bank of the river. Agawam, Springfield, sent no delegates until March 1637/38.5 presumably. The committees from the plantations met prior to the May session of the Corte and elected 2 magistrates from each town to complete its membership.
Mm-hmm.
In the election of
Getting they shit together, old
1637
agent.
only William Westwood of the original Massachusetts Bay Commissioners was not named to the General Corte as a magistrate. To represent Hartford's Southsiders, the electorate replaced him with Thomas Wells. Wells, although not appointed to the commission by the General Court of Massachusetts, had sat unofficially at the March 28, 1637, session. Connecticut's first election took place in 1637, its second in 1638. The General Corte on February 9, 1637/38, dissolved itself by ordering the General Court now in being shall be dissolved and there is no more attendance of the members thereof to be expected except they be newly chosen in the next General Court. Registered Thomas Hooker, writing to John Winthrop in the fall of 1638, left a documentary letter referring to the 1638 election. To Winthrop he wrote that at the time of our election, the committees from the town of Agawam came in with other towns, and chose their magistrates, installed them into their government, took oath of them for the execution of justice according to God, and engaged themselves to submit to their government, and the execution of justice by their means, and dispensed by the authority which they put upon them, by choice. The immediate cause of summoning the General Corte in May 1637 was the urgent need of Windsor, Hartford, and Wethersfield to unite against a common enemy, the Pequot Indians. The Pequots had harassed the English constantly since their first arrival in the Connecticut River Valley. In 1633 they murdered Captain John Stone, of Virginia, who had sailed from the West Indies to trade with the Dutch. But because their Narragansett enemies were threatening them, the Pequots hastily offered the pipe of peace to the white men. Peace lasted until July 1636, when some Block Island Indians, protégés of the Pequots, murdered John Oldham and several seamen near Block Island. They failed to escape before John Gallup spotted them swarming over the death shallop and quickly investigated the incident. Rather than ignore the outrage and leave the murders unavenged, Captain John Endicott, of Massachusetts Bay, with 90 or 100 men hurried to Block Island, killed 14 Narragansetts, and set fire to their homes and fields in retaliation, thereby stirring up the wasps around their ears that the Connecticut men complained of so bitterly. The Pequots attacked Saybrook Fort without warning in October 1636,
Why would they warn him?
capturing
Shit,
one
what the hell?
Butterfield and torturing him until he died. Again
Let's
they
think that
struck.
mate.
This time they caught Joseph Tilley up the river from Saybrook, cut off his hands and feet, and taunted him until he expired. Their hatchets and tomahawks fell on Wethersfield in April 1637. After killing 6 men and 3 women and kidnapping 2 girls, they rubbed salt into the wounds of the English by waving their victims' clothes as they sailed past Saybrook Fort. More than 30 Connecticut men had been ambushed, tortured, and murdered and countless buildings destroyed before the Congregationalists acted to reduce the constant menace. The three settlements on the Connecticut River united in the General Corte, waged war against the heathens, and emerged
The
victorious.
heathens.
The first 4 sessions of the Corte, from May 1st until November 14th, 1637, were entirely devoted to the war. The problems involved in raising an army of 90 fighting men out of an entire population of 850 to fight on the offensive as well as defend the home front taxed the resources of the tiny communities inordinately and posed almost insurmountable logistical problems. But the Corte acted swiftly and on Wednesday, May 10th, had its tiny force ready to sail down the Connecticut River on a pink, a pinnace, and a shallop under the military command of Captain John Mason and the spiritual guidance of Hartford's teacher, Samuel Stone. The ships were laden with beer, corn, suet, butter, fish, and pork to feed the hungry men, as well as arms and ammunition for the attack. Uncas offered to reinforce the party with 70 of his Mohegan braves, hoping that their combined efforts would defeat Sassacus, the despised Pequot chief. Instead of attacking the Pequots directly at their forts at Mystic and Groton, the Yankees, resorting to the cunning and strategy for which they have always been known, sailed from Saybrook, past the Indian strongholds to Narragansett Bay. After dark they silently made their way back toward the main fort, camping for the night at Porter's Rocks. Early on the morning of May 26, Mason's men surprised Mystic Fort suddenly and without warning. Mason threw a burning brand over the walls, and the entire fort burst into flame, trapping between 600 and 700 Indians inside. The Connecticut soldiers next attacked the royal fort at Groton, but Chief Sassacus and his warriors escaped. Triumphantly, Captain Mason and his men returned to Hartford little more than 2 weeks after their departure. In the meanwhile, Uncas and his Mohegans pursued a fleeing Pequot sachem, Mononnato, and caught him trying to swim for safety. Uncas brutally beheaded him and wedged his severed
I'm
head
not
in
sure
the
if
crotch
it's
of
the
a
same as
tree,
Ohm's
where
law,
it
brother. I
remained.
can check that for you.
Hence the
Ask me
origin
later.
of
I'll check.
Sachem's head. According to tradition degree, the final solution to the
Right.
Pequot menace came in June, when Mason again sallied
That
forth
part.
against the Indians,
Wow,
this time
Mohegans.
reinforced by
They was
Captain
the big
Israel
warriors
Stoughton
too.
of
9 feet and
Massachusetts
better.
Bay, and his troops. The Puritans trapped the Indians in a bog thicket near Fairfield. After a furious fight in the swamp on July 13th, Thomas Stanton persuaded 200 old men, women, and children to surrender, but Chief Sassacus and 60 or 70 braves fought their way out and escaped. They took refuge with the Mohawks, only to be betrayed. Proudly, the Mohawks soon presented the English with Sassacus' head. Such were Indian
Cut
promises.
his head off.
The virtual annihilation
Who's they
of
off
the
with the
Pequot
head? The
tribe by the
king.
Connecticut Congregationalists in this brief war proved the superiority of the Puritan over the heathen. Formal peace returned with the Treaty of September 1638. The 200 prisoners were divided among Uncas Mohegans, Miantonimos
Slaves
Narragansetts,
now.
and Ninigrids Nyantics. The survivors agreed to pay an annual tribute to Connecticut and surrender their lands to the English. Connecticut and the Bay quarreled over the division of the territory until the commissioners of the United Colonies many years later finally awarded the entire jurisdiction to Connecticut. While Connecticut never ceased to fear the Indians, the Pequot War eliminated all actual danger to the Commonwealth throughout the period of the Fundamental Orders. The victory also served to elevate the reputation of the Connecticut settlers in the eyes of the Dutch at New Amsterdam and the English in Massachusetts Bay and to cement the union of the three river plantations. By the time the Fundamental Orders were adopted, the Commonwealth on the Connecticut River had had almost 3 years' experience in unchallenged self-government. In the 20 months of its existence, besides waging the war, the General Corte negotiated the Treaty of Peace with the Pequots in September 1638 and acted to settle the fiscal obligations incurred during the war by levying an enormous tax of £620 on the towns. The Corte managed Connecticut's economy to the best of its ability by awarding monopolies on the Indian trade to several of its citizens. It endeavored to deal fairly with the Indians, a problem Englishmen had never had to cope
The
with in
fourth
the
time
Old
in a
World,
week we done heard
by
that
expressly
problem.
forbidding the settlers tying up,
The
imprisoning,
nerve.
or whipping an Indian. unless they had been assaulted by that particular one. It also hired Thomas Stanton to act as its interpreter. Degree because of the infancy of the settlements, the Corte faced tasks like building a road through the uplands between Hartford and Windsor capable of bearing horse and cart traffic. This included erecting a bridge over the swamp. The Corte created a permanent militia under the command of Captain Mason and voted him an annual salary of £40 for training each man in Connecticut 10 days a year. It fixed the salary of common soldiers at once. 3d per day for a 6-day week, of sergeants 20 pence a day, and Lieutenant Robert Seeley 20 shillings a week. It made an effort to arrange for the purchase of Indian corn for the hungry towns and established its right to control its own adjournment. The Corte heard lawsuits in the presence of a jury and saw that committees were elected by the plantations without a religious qualification to share the government with the magistrates. The Corte had proved itself capable of administering the civil affairs of the Commonwealth and emerged as the dominant political body on the Connecticut River. But the Connecticut Congregationalists felt the need for a more formal body politic. It was during the period of the General Corte that the fundamental orders were formulated, but the public records of the colony of Connecticut end abruptly with the minutes of the April 5, 1638, session and contain no further entries until January 14, 1638/39. Unfortunately, Connecticut did not have a contemporary historian like Governor John Winthrop or Governor William Bradford, or even a Thomas Leckford or Captain Edward Johnson to record the framing and ratifying of the fundamental orders. Much mystery still overshadows the formulation of the Constitution and will remain unsolved until someone discovers the missing minutes or a pertinent letter, perhaps in the lining of a bonnet, where one of Connecticut's priceless charters reappeared, or in an attic trunk. The dearth of documentary information has resulted in considerable conjecture by the historians and numerous interpretations of the few facts at hand. Little is known of the steps taken in the creation of the fundamental orders because strict secrecy was imposed on the men attending the constitutional sessions. The right to secret debate became an integral part of Connecticut law in October 1639, when the General Court threatened that whatsoever member of the General Court shall reveal any secret the court enjoins to be kept secret, or shall make known to any person what any one member of the court speaks concerning any person or business that may come into agitation in the court, shall forfeit for every such fault £10, and be otherwise dealt with at the discretion of the court. And the secretary is to read this order at the beginning of every General Court. A similar ultimatum that silence be kept undoubtedly covered the constitutional sessions. The men of Connecticut may have intentionally withdrawn from the notice of hostile Englishmen in England and in Massachusetts Bay until the fundamental orders could be correctly phrased and irrefutably accepted as the firmly established law of a united people. Worth considering, too, is the explanation that until several months after its adoption the Constitution was probably incomplete. The records of the Commonwealth for September 10, 1639, speak of its being ripened. Important also is the possibility that human frailty was responsible for the disappearance of any minutes that may have been kept. This was the time when Edward Hopkins replaced John Steele as Secretary of the Commonwealth. At most there was one copy of the proceedings. There was no press in Connecticut before the charter, and it would have been disastrous for the congregation.
They had to have a press for propaganda, pushing the lies
to the pay for publication. In the shuffle, the records might easily have been lost. While the records kept their secrets, the leaders in Hartford, Windsor, and Wethersfield wrote the Constitution for the Commonwealth.
I'm sorry, guys, I'm doing three things.
The first hint that constitutional discussions pervaded the plantations during 1638 appeared when Henry Wolcott's notebook was translated from his shorthand notes, revealing that Thomas Hooker delivered a sermon to an unrecorded session of the General Corte on May 31, 1638. In the sermon, Hooker expounded many of the principles which were to reappear in the fundamental orders in less than 8 months. This much of the sermon pertinent to the current civil issues fortunately has been preserved in Wolcott's notebook. Text Deuteronomy I 13 Choose you wise men and understanding. and known among your tribes, and I will make them heads over you, captains over thousands, captains over hundreds. 50:10 Doctrine that the choice of public magistrates belongs unto the people by God's own allowance. 2 Doctrine the privilege of election which belongs to the people, it must not be exercised according to their humors but according to the blessed will and law of God. 3 Doctrine they who have power to appoint officers and magistrates, it is in their power also to set the bounds and limits of the power and places unto which they may call them. Is of I reason because the foundation of authority is laid 1 stly in the free consent of people. 2 Reason because by a free choice the hearts of the people will be more enlarged to the love of the person and more ready to yield obedience. 3 Reason because of that duty and engagement of the people. Use 3 Fold 1 Here is matter of thankful acknowledgement in the apprehension of God's faithfulness towards us and the promotion of those mercies that God doth command and vouchsafe. 8 This was the first sermon recorded by Wolcott to substantiate the fact that Hooker lectured on civil matters from the pulpit. As Perry Miller emphasized, Hooker was then offering the tenets of Congregationalism to the political leaders of the Commonwealth. Asterisk in the first and second points of doctrine, Hooker reiterated the political reality in Connecticut. By May 1638 there had been 2 annual elections of civil officers, just as there had been elections in the churches. But his liberalism is beginning to become evident in his explanation of this privilege. Not even in the Bay Colony would it have been admitted that the foundation of authority is laid 1 stly in the free consent of people. His bold explanation of the psychology practiced by the Congregational churches in allowing the brethren to select their officers with God's guidance, because by a free choice the hearts of the people will be more enlarged to the love of the person and more ready to yield obedience, is more consistent with the times. It was in this third point of doctrine that Hooker advocated a more advanced philosophy of government. Here he made a plea for a government where the magistrates were limited by the people. At the time of the sermon there had been no instances of an electorate's imposing restrictions on magisterial powers and no instances of its actually removing any officers, civil or ecclesiastical. Hooker emphasized this point only as a warning to the magistrates. It should not be taken out of its 17th century context and construed as a plea for democracy. The membership of the churches was limited, as was the membership in the Commonwealth, and at no time during the period of the fundamental orders was this measure invoked to impeach a civil or ecclesiastical officer and remove him from office. Only 2 hints of the constitutional events occurring in 1638, aside from Wolcott's sermon notes, have survived. One is a letter written by Roger Ludlow to Governor Winthrop on May 29, 1638, 2 days before Hooker's address. The letter deals primarily with the proposed union of the New England colonies, but in it Ludlow reveals the information that recently had met a general assembly of these plantadons in this river, and falling into consideracon of divers particulars that might or may conc earn the general good of these points. This session of the General Corte is not mentioned in the public records of the colony of Connecticut, but the letter bears the signature, R. Ludlow, in the name of the whole, undoubtedly meaning in the name of the General Corte. The other hint is Thomas Hooker's heated reply to Governor Winthrop, which has already been mentioned. Hooker's letter provides the additional information that committees had been elected in the 4 towns and that they in turn had chosen and installed the magistrates. These committees and magistrates met as the unrecorded session of the Corte, which Ludlow included in his signature and Hooker addressed on May 31st. The points emphasized in the Hooker sermon, Ludlow's comments on the unrecorded session of the General Corte, and Hooker's letter describing the election of 1638 provide the only evidence that the men on the Connecticut River were meeting during the summer and fall of 1638, much less that they were drawing up a constitution. Governor Winthrop recorded nothing relevant to the creation of the fundamental orders in his journal, nor did Governor Bradford. The records of the governor and company of the Massachusetts Bay in New England answer none of the questions regarding the origin of the fundamental orders, nor do the extant letters written during 1638 and 1639 by John Davenport, Roger Williams, Edward Hopkins, John Haynes, George Fenwick, William Pynchon, John Winthrop, Jr., and Thomas Wells. The official silence during the period of the framing and adoption of the
Framing and
fundamental
adoption.
orders is understandable, but it is indeed strange that no one should discuss its merits or the wisdom of its
Strange.
precepts once it was adopted. Did no one in England or New England know of its creation, or was its significance not appreciated? The mystery has exasperated many a historian.
Well, shit, we know, because we all know it's a bunch of crap. Them trying to displace, misplace, so on and so forth. I appreciate everybody came in. I'm actually like 10 minutes over what I stated. I hope you guys appreciated the read, and it was fundamental to you. I did take time to make sure you guys got a clear understanding. I went over a few things leading into the information. I'm hoping you guys understood everything that we went over, clarifying for you exactly where you are, like literally. You are in the New England area. If you are up in certain areas, you are a part of that particular land, so on and so forth. Okay, I'm trying to see if I missed anyone in the chat. All right, I think we good. Yes, power, power, power. Yes. Peace, love, and bliss to everyone. I appreciate everyone that came through. As I said, enjoy the program, guys. Peace, love, and bliss. I am definitely out. I'm going to relax. All right.